All right. Good day. Hello, everybody. It is July 6th, 2023 is the first day of the Calgary Stampede. Earlier in the night, I tried to pop a freaking tiny little pimple that was not unable to be seen, and it didn't go, and I just made a giant red mark on my face. But enough of that. Luckily, there is a Stampede breakfast that my wonderful partner Amber is at that is just around the corner from my place, so I will go over there and get a free breakfast and touched up while we watch this controversial yet essential topic of forbidden anthropology. And I took anthropology in post academia, a couple of courses, and it never added up. And then, right, tin top respect, RIP, rest in peace to Lloyd Pye. I believe it's a decade on, but we are keeping his spirit, his memory, and the work that he did so much to real anthropology in the truest senses, and including the Sasquatch, Neanderthals, and now the Devonian. And the Devonian is really what the not the needle in the smoking gun, really. It is the undeniable, it's the missing link that shows that there were giants, that there were these elongated skull folk, and that they were completely different species than us, yet exponentially closer to us than the great apes. What you take primatology in anthropology class, and it's just like, this doesn't really make sense, and these missing links. And yeah, now if this picture here is accurate, and that really the Devonian is 2 to 3 times the size of the human skull, and even Neanderthal there is double the size, both of them having elongated skulls. And then, we got these guys, these elongated skull folk that really do, Brien Forrester's work. Just kudos to him, all the respect in the world. Hopefully someday I'll be able to get an interview with him. And we're going to start out with Lloyd Pye's work here today. And this presentation, the first time I watched it, I had to watch it like 3 times over. It's just that good. And this will probably be the 10th or 12th time that I'd say I've watched this now. Rewatching it fully in the last day since coming up with this stream and everything that we're going to be doing in it. All the links in the chat. Oh, thank you so much, H for Calix. Appreciate it. All the support is hugely appreciated, needed, and being used for great things. And straight up, I'm going to Medicine Hat Badlands this next week from the 13th or 14th to the 16th, right before my birthday, and the 17th, and then the 18th. It looks like I'm going to work Shambhala this year, which is going to be absolutely epic if that comes together. And what an amazing summer this is turning out to be. And love you all. And yeah, FGraph 27 or 72. Look at that. A little dyslexia going on there this morning. Kudos to Hidden Inca Tours, aka Brien Forrester. And thank you. And all super chats, YouTube now paying me. It comes to me, and it's being used for this work. Good morning. I am Kairos. Question everything. Lady J Homestead, F-Graph 72, H for Calyx. Am I saying that right? I'm probably butchering it. Daughter of Logos, Tin Top, Shane Tarney, LVK. Shout out my fellow Calgarian, Tartarian, New West Reset, and reminding me I need to get back onto my Stampede breakfast before the wife takes off. So without further ado, Bob John, Paused Claus, welcome all, and we shall play
Summer. And he is one of those few rare, extraordinary people that has been invited back to repeat. And after you see and hear his presentation, you'll begin to understand why. He, well, he's a friend at this point. He really is. And he's an awfully good man, and he's got a brilliant mind, and you're gonna love this presentation. He's a native of Louisiana. He is a graduate of Tulane University. He has a BS in psychology. He's been a writer for over 25 years, and he's been a thinker for a lot longer than that. Ladies and gentlemen, Lloyd Pye.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that very much. For those of you that have seen this movie before, you're going to notice that the front end of it is going to be missing. I'm not going to do the part about Darwinism because I'm going to add some material at the end that I didn't have at the last time, and I think you'll find it interesting. So what we're going to do is just start right in with the human origins, in as much as the book is about human origins, and we'll go from there. All right, can we have the first slide? All right, everybody just take a minute and look at this. This is, wait, that's right, I don't need to do it. This is what we're all told is how we began as human beings. That we came out of the primordial sludge and step by step evolved into what we are today. Everything in that chain up to us is eat, survive, reproduce. We are, what's it all about? We have that incredible ability to say and think, what's it all about? How'd that happen? That's what this is going to be about. What we're told is, of course, that we're a natural flow of things, and that with this guy right here, we share a common bond that begins between 8 and 5 million years ago. 8 and 5 million years ago. Reason being, we know that we have upright walking primates of some kind or other at around 4 million years ago. So they just jack it back and figure if we're upright walking at 4, we probably split from a common ancestor with the down on all 4 apes between 8 and 5 million years ago. We know we were upright walking at 4 because we have proof of it at 3.5. Next slide, please. These are the famous Laetoli tracts of Tanzania, Africa, discovered by Mary Leakey and her team in 1978. And here you see what they are. We're in solidified ash. We have a large pair here, smaller pair here. We assume it was a couple moving along. And we see the track here in a blow-up is not quite human. It's different in several ways, but it's human enough to make it very clear that we have upright walking bipedal creatures 3.5 million years ago, no doubt, measured by ashfall, which is very accurate. So that's why we jack it back. If we were this upright at 3.5, we had to be upright at around 4, and that's where you get your dates of 5 to 8 million years ago, the split from the common ancestor. All right, now, next slide, please. Here's the depiction of how this happened. The nearby volcano laid out a layer of ash. The creatures go walking along, leaving their tracks. Then another layer of ash comes, seals the layer, and then 3.5 million years later, a rivulet comes through here, cuts through, exposes one of the tracks. One of Mary Leakey's team sees it, and then they peel back the layers until they expose the whole thing. Miracle piled on miracle. It's just amazing, an amazing discovery. Now, the reason I show you this is I want you to notice that all pre-humans that you will see in the books, and go back and you can check, they will show you a head that looks like this one pretty much, grossly primate in its characteristics rather, because that's what the skulls of all pre-humans look like. But then they'll always stick these human bodies underneath those heads. And this is a subtle brainwashing that is performed on all of us to make us think that these are, in fact, pre-humans, because that's what they're called. That's what anthropologists call them, pre-humans. Now, you can't pretend that those heads are in any way human, so they don't, but they leave the body parts looking, you know, amazingly human. You have the hands coming down mid-thigh, and, you know, I hate to say it, but God, this looks a lot like my body right there. Point is, we're all being misled by these depictions, and notice them continually. It's the way I'm telling you. Now, next slide, please. Lucy is very famous. Everybody should know her story. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, 1974, Afar Valley, Ethiopia, discovered by Donald Johanson and his team. She is the first of the so-called pre-humans. They are the Australopithecines, and she is one of the first types. Now, what we know from her is a remarkable amount, because we have 40% of her body recovered. With mirror imaging, that gives us 80%. So much more than any other fossil at the time. It was just amazing. So we know a lot about her. She stood about 3 feet 6 inches to 3 feet 8 inches tall. Very diminutive relative to us. But her bones, all of her bones, are much more robust than ours. Her upper arm bone here, for example, which is much longer than ours would be if it was a human that size. This arm bone, it would end about right here. Also, it would be about that thick. So we can see she's much more robust than we are in all of her dimensions. She has the head of a chimpanzee, which we cannot tell from her skull, as you can see, but from others like her. Head of a chimpanzee. But we do know that she walks upright because we have her hip joint and her pelvis, and we have her, particularly her knee joint, all of which are amazingly human. So we know she walked upright, no question about it. She was an upright walking creature. Just didn't have bones that looked anything like ours, or a head for that matter. Now, one other thing I want to point out about this is the people that are paid to go out and find these fossils, these pre-human fossils, are paid to find pre-human fossils. So what they do is they fudge it every way they can to make them look human, and they always have problems with the arms, because all the arms of the pre-humans are too long from here to here, from shoulder to elbow relative to us. So if you'll notice, what they did is they fudged this way up beyond where it ought to be to get this up here, so they could get the fingertip down around mid-thigh, when in reality it belongs down around here. Keep these little tricks in mind. This is all part of the subtle brainwashing campaign that is waged against you to make you believe that they're telling it to you straight about how this all happened. Okay, next slide. All right, as I said, these are the first 4 of the Australopithecines, and Lucy is one of the first kind, Australopithecus afarensis. We have Africanus, we have Robustus, we have Boise. All right, we have basically a pair of upright walking chimpanzees, upright walking gorillas. You can see that, length of face, width of face, and sagittal crest, which modern gorillas have. It's that ridge of bone where their muscles attach to the tops of their heads. So from 4 million years ago to approximately 2 million years ago, we have a pair of upright walking chimps, a pair of upright walking gorillas, and that's it. Okay, now at 2 million years ago, we have a transformation. We are told it is a transition, that somehow the Australopithecines segued into the next creature, which is Homo. Homo meaning man. You will see they are indeed more man-like than are the Australopithecines, which are clearly primates, upright walking primates. So we have this changeover from Australopithecines to Homos. We're told that it is a transition, it is a transformation, as you will see with this slide. Next slide, please. Okay, here we go. Australopithecine, early Homo. Notice, if you will, this is not a transition. This would require 20 or 30 gradual changes to get in from this to this. It is an overnight change. It is just sudden. Boom. The homos are here. I don't mean that like it sounds. Okay, next slide. All right, the homos are here. Here we go. The Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo archaic, Homo neanderthal, and then Cro-Magnon, Homo sapiens, us. Notice Neanderthal man going back and through the Australopithecines don't look anything like us. Nothing. Here we sit right here. Another transition. Now remember, we had 4 million years Australopithecines, approximately 2 million years. There's some overlap in here. And then here, 120,000 years ago only, boom, here we are. Suddenly, overnight, looking nothing like anything that has come before. The bones of all of these creatures are much thicker than ours, just like Lucy's were. And in every way, the shapes are dissimilar. They do not have, it's hard to tell looking straight on, but they have no foreheads. Their foreheads go straight back off their huge brow ridges, neither of which we have. We have nice forehead here. We have no brow ridges. Huge, round, nocturnal vision eyes. So did the Australopithecines. These are primate eyes. Primates have this kind of eye. Huge, wide nasal passages indicating a big flat nose spread across the face. We've got our little uplift of bone sticking our nose off our face. We have rectangular, small, reduced eye sockets, very poor night vision. A dramatic change has occurred. The upper jaw sticks off the face. Ours squished in. Nothing like us. Next slide, please. Profiles show the degree of change is startling. Prognathous mouth, no chin. Prognathous mouth even more so. No chin, and then suddenly flat mouth, nice chin. Look at the change through here. Australopithecine, Homo erectus, Cro-Magnon. This is as big a leap from here to here as from here to here in anatomical terms. A light year, a light year. This is not a transition. These are transformations, despite what you are told by anthropologists. Next slide, please. Now, am I making it sound my way just because the heads go that way? No, look, let's look at a whole body. This is a Homo erectus called the Lake Turkana boy. Homo erectus, Lake Turkana boy. Now, notice, if you will, this guy's about 12 years old. His molars have not erupted yet. He already stands 5'8". He's going to grow to 6'6", maybe 7 feet in adulthood. We don't know how they grew. But already at 12 years old, he is a physically robust creature. Every bone in his body at 12 years old is far more robust, thicker, stronger than any bone in Arnold Schwarzenegger's body today. True. Now, why do you, notice too, if you will, the length of his upper arm. And he has some shoulder socket here, so they had to put it in the right place. So that forced them to put the fingertip pretty near where it belongs. It belongs a little bit lower, but pretty close. Now, what are bones like this all about? What's the deal here? Why are they so robust? Your bones are a function of the torque your muscles can generate. Your bones have to be able to withstand the pressure that your muscles can generate. And if not, your muscles would break your bones. So when you're looking at bones like this, you're looking at an incredibly powerful creature. What are you looking at? You're looking at primate bones, primates of the earth. This is how the primates are built. Gorillas, chimps, right on down the line. They are incredibly strong relative to us, are the primates. 5 to 10 times pound for pound. They can come, they'll come right out of the mother's womb, reach up, hands and feet, hook onto her belly, and she walks off. And they can hang on. Anybody's had a pet monkey knows what I'm talking about. Next slide. Okay, this is a chimpanzee minus its hair due to disease, so you can see the musculature in here. And the strength of these things is amazing. Amazing. You could take a male chimp like this, not a gorilla, and put it in a room with Mike Tyson. It's a battle to the death, and they both understand that. 2 or 3 minutes, this chimp is walking out. Now, he may be missing an ear or two. But the chimp is walking out. The chimp can tear him limb from limb, literally, apart. Understand that. Primate strength is nothing at all like human strength. Next slide. Same thing for Neanderthals, our supposedly closest nearest kin until just recently. Neanderthal fingertip bone, human fingertip bone. Segment of Neanderthal thigh bone, human thigh bone. Look at the difference. Not even close. This is quarters to dimes, shovel handles to broomsticks. No comparison. Our supposed, and we used to be told, absolutely, they insisted, they swore. We came directly from those guys. Even looking at this kind of evidence, that is what they insisted. Why? Because they have to explain it in terrestrial terms. Understand that science is hamstrung. They've painted themselves into a corner. They have to explain everything in terrestrial terms. They do not allow for outside intervention, whether that outside intervention is extraterrestrial or divine. And so they have to come up with explanations like this to suit the data, which doesn't at all support their conclusions. Okay, next slide. All right, here's the drawing that shows it a little more accurately what the prehumans are vis-a-vis the humans. Notice that in the drawings, the hands are down pretty much where they belong relative to ours. Also notice the rib cages are the upside-down funnels of primates in the prehumans as opposed to ours. What's the situation there? Well, you can't tell it very well from here, but all of the prehuman heads are stuck on their bodies like that, the way primates are. Their heads are down in on their shoulders. Only we have that elevated neck sticking our head up off of our torso. They also have that extra arm length and that extra power, and so they need a bigger fulcrum up here to wing their arms and do what they have to do. So all of that extra muscle mass plus the head torque down in there squeezes out the room, and so you're going to get that pinched off triangle that primates have. And we, with our shorter, lighter arms and lighter bones, we don't need all that muscle mass, and we got our heads sticking up, so we have a completely different rib cage. I want you to understand that. Now, the main thing to understand here is there is not a single human bone in the so-called prehuman fossil record. The main thing I want you to understand, there's not a single human bone in the so-called prehuman fossil record. And guess what? Anthropologists will not argue the point with you. An idiot can see it. An idiot can see it. All you got to do is point it out to them. Well, they know that. So they say, you're right, you're right. There's not a single human bone in the prehuman fossil record, even though we insist that these are indeed prehumans. The reason we can get away with this is because we're going to put somebody right in here that's going to show a transition between these guys, and that is the missing link, the famous missing link. You've all heard about that. This is what it is. This is the thing that's going to stand right in here and miraculously show a smooth transition from this to this. Well, I tell you what, if the missing link was here today, he would need about 20 or 30 cousins standing right beside him, showing enough gradual transition to make this plausible. You don't just get one missing link. You need dozens to make this theory work of gradual transition, the Darwinian paradigm. And they don't even have so much as a fingernail, not a fingernail, of the missing link. Which leads us to conclude that Charles Darwin is a blowed up peckerwood. However, they will not concede that fingernail that's missing in that direction. Darwin's still intact, everything's still okay. Missing link's going to show up. It's been 140 years, not yet, but he will show up. Okay, next slide. All right, the throat thing, I want you to get that clear in your mind. Notice, if you will, this is a standard primate throat, and of course this is our throat. A complete redesign, complete. Not least of which is the fact that they can breathe and eat and swallow and drink at the same time. and not choke. We, of course, you know what happens when we do. The peas come out of our nose when we start coughing. Okay, so the point is that primates with this kind of throat can make tremendous amounts of noise. Anybody's been to a monkey house or, you know, at the zoo, you know what I'm talking about. Hoops, hollers, screams, howls. They know no limits. They can just puncture your eardrums, some of them, howler monkeys particularly. But they cannot do the thing that we can do with our throats, which is what I'm doing right now, this minute. Break those sounds into little bitty pieces. It's called modulating. They can't modulate. They can't speak. And try as we might to teach them to speak, and we do. You know, Coco, they've been working for her, what, 20 years now? Up to maybe 3,000 words. You could put her in a third grade class and she could probably be valedictorian. But she can't speak. She can't speak, and she's never going to be able to because she doesn't pack the gear, as they say in the military. She doesn't pack the gear and never is going to. No primate is. We are completely different and completely special because of it. Next slide. All right, now, so here's what we're left with. This supposed smooth transition right on through from the early ones to the later ones, including this. Now, you can see, I hope, that all that's really happening here is the brains are getting bigger. And it's harder to tell because the Neanderthals and the archaics, their brains are expanding back here in what's called an occipital bun. But they're getting bigger every step of the way. It surprises most people to find out that Neanderthals had bigger brains on average than we do. 1,500 cc to 1,400 cc. Bigger brains than we have, Neanderthals. We shrunk somehow and got so much smarter. Figure it out. Point is that we're told that all these guys went extinct at 30,000 years ago because that's when we see the last Neanderthal. It's when we find the last Neanderthal fossil, 30,000 years ago. Okay, so they went extinct and that's it, and we're left behind. We were told for a very long time that we appeared at 30,000 years ago. The Cro-Magnon appeared right as the Neanderthals ended, so it was a real nice fit. You know, we appeared somehow, we killed them all, and that was it. Transition, we took over the lease, and that was it. So the reality then later proved to be that these guys existed at least 120,000 years ago. These guys existed down into 30, so you got this huge overlap of nearly 100,000 years where they're living basically side by side on the planet and not killing each other off. So that one kind of went out the window. So they said, all right, so we didn't evolve from the Neanderthals, we evolved from the Homo erectus. You saw the Lake Turkana boy and how much we look like him. We evolved from him now. That's the new theory. Okay, you can see the problem. Now, did this really happen? Did they all go extinct? Well, why would they go extinct? No natural predators. Meanest dudes in the valley. They can take a lion on head to head and tear it apart. That's how strong they are, and that's how big they were. So what would make them extinct? Could we do that? Yes, we could. We are vicious little buggers. We are smart. We hunt in packs. We are pack animals. We're hyenas. We're two-legged hyenas. And we have a savage territorial imperative. Together, we could kill any of them. One-on-one, they just pop our heads off like a pimple. Understand that. So, given that, what if what we did was instead of driving them to extinction, we just drove them where they don't make fossils anymore? What if that happened? Is that a plausible scenario? Let's take a look at it. All right, let's look at the Earth first, where these guys will live in. The Earth is divided into ecological niches. Ecological niches. You have the prairies, the savannas, the grasslands, the lightly wooded areas, primo niches. That's where everybody like us would like to live. You know, it's comfortable. The not so nice niches are the heavy, deep, dense forests, jungles, swamps, bad places like that, where we kind of live on the edges, but we don't really live in the heart of darkness. We think we do, but we don't. So, what if these guys lived in the primo niches, which they did because they were leaving fossils? And guess what? You leave fossils in the primo niches, in the prairies, savannas, grasslands, lightly wooded areas. Why? Because it's very unique that a fossil gets formed of this kind. because you have to die in very specific circumstances. You have to get caught in a flash flood so that your body is washed away, covered up by mud, so predators can't get you. Your flesh rots off, the minerals leach into your bones, and you become stone and you become a fossil. Or you get killed at the water hole. One day you're really tired, you're really hot, you're not paying attention, you go down to drink, the lion jumps on your back, kills you right there at the edge of the water hole, and then the wildebeest herd comes up behind him, run him off, stomp you down into the mud, and now same process. You're covered by mud, your flesh rots off, your bones are, the minerals leach into your bones, and you become a fossil, and that's it. And that's pretty much it. It's very hard to form a fossil otherwise. And so we see how miraculous that process is just to make them in the first place. And then millions of years later, it washes up, or whenever it washes up, and somebody sees it that knows what it is and can recognize it and can save it. It's miracle stacked on miracle. That's why they're so few and they're so rare and they're so precious because of that. Now, understand this, that in the deep woods and jungles of the world, they don't make fossils. Doesn't happen. You get your water out of the environment. You don't have a water hole. You get out of your food and things like that. It will surprise you to know that there is not, to this day, a single solitary fossilized bone of a chimpanzee in the world that we know about. They just don't make fossils. So, instead of them all going extinct, why don't we just postulate that they lived in the primo niches? This guy arrived sometime prior to 120,000 years ago when he starts leaving fossils. And he issues an eviction notice to all of these. Get out of town. We're here. We're taking over. And they do. And there'll be some skirmishes. They'll kill a few of them. And these guys, you know, they're not that stupid. They'll figure it out. These guys are bad news. We got to move. And because they're adapted to the planet, we've seen the millions of years they're here. They're adapted to this place. They can go pretty much anywhere they want to. And so they do. They just walk until we don't chase them anymore, and that's into the deep woods and the jungles of the world. And if that scenario is true, and I postulate that it is, then it would explain the hundreds and thousands of stories that we have from around the world of what? Upright walking, hair-covered creatures living in the deep forests and jungles of the world, every continent except Antarctica. The hominoids. It explains the hominoids. You with me? Okay, next slide. Let's take a look at a hominoid. Here we go. This is a statue of a Bigfoot Sasquatch type, carved Willow Creek, California. This gentleman's about 5'7". I'm 5'11". You can figure that if that thing was here, his head would be up about right here. Okay? There are 4 kinds of hominoids. 4 kinds. We know of 2 in the West primarily. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, this kind. Abominable snowman, Yeti, and then there are 2 other kinds that are dominant in other parts of the world that we don't know very much about, the Almas and the Agagwis. Okay, now we're going to go over them. They're pretty much the same except for size. All right, the Bigfoot Sasquatch kind, as you see, 7 to 10 feet tall, 700 to 1,000 pounds on average. The giants, the big ones, the ones you hear the most about. The abominable snowman Yeti, man-sized, 5 to 7 feet tall, 300 to 600 pounds, lives exclusively in the Himalayan ranges as far as we know. Taken together, those 5 ranges are as big as the United States, plenty of room to roam, but they are not on all continents. The Bigfoot Sasquatch kind is. The third kind, Almas, the Almas. They are found primarily in the mountains of southern Russia and western China, the Pamirs and the Caucasus, and the Altais and the Tian Shans. But they are also elsewhere in the world, including in the United States. Man-sized again, 5 to 7 feet tall, 300 to 600 pounds. Fourth kind, the Agagwis, about 4 feet tall, weigh about 200 pounds, the pygmies of the group. All right? Now, you might remember, ironically, there were 4 Australopithecines, 4 early homos, and what a surprise, there are 4 types, basic types of hominoids. Interesting, isn't it? Now, what they are is this. The Bigfoot Sasquatch kind live in what is called lower montane forests. Now, in mountainous terrain that are covered by trees, and if you've done any flying in the Pacific Northwest, you know what I'm talking about. The lower trees are called lower montane. As you go up, you get into upper montane. The Bigfoot Sasquatch lives in the lower montane. The abominable snowman lives in the upper montane forests of the Himalayas. You get the idea, abominable snowman, he lives up in the snow. Nobody lives in the snow. There's nothing to eat there. They live in the upper valleys, and you see them occasionally as they cross from one valley to the other by going over a mountain, the snow part of it. Okay, now the Almas also live in the lower montanes, but they're more flexible. They also seem to be the smartest, and this is not to say they're anything like us. They're just very smart animals. The Almas are. I think they're going to prove out to be living Neanderthals. The evidence is strong that the Almas are living Neanderthals. Okay? The Agogwes, the fourth kind, the pygmy kind, live in the jungles of the world. That jungle band that goes through South America, Central Africa, and Indonesia, that area. They, of the four, have reddish, russet-colored hair, like orangutans, which also live exclusively in jungles around the world. The others have dark browns and blacks, their body hair, covered with hair. Whenever anyone sees them, their characteristics are described consistently the same. Wherever in the world, whatever kind we're looking at, when the person sees it, and frequently this is some very, very isolated native who doesn't even know that the rest of the world is out there, much less that these things are seen on other continents. And when they describe them, they always describe them the same way. They say, no forehead, huge brow ridges, big, round, deep-set eyes, big, flat nose, although this one isn't so big, but big, flat nose up against their face, mouth sticking off their face, no chin, head tucked down into their torso, very long arms dangling around their knees, very thick, muscular, robust bodies, and covered with hair from head to toe. Now, take away the hair, and what did I just describe to you to a T? The pre-humans. Am I right? You saw the skeletons. You saw the bones. The pre-humans. What does this lead us to believe? The pre-humans are the hominoids. The hominoids are the pre-humans. The pre-humans are the pre-hominoids. It's their ancestors, not ours. It's clear to anybody that will look at the evidence. The so-called pre-humans are, in fact, pre-hominoids. Now, it's easy for me to stand up here and say this. What's the proof? Well, let's start right here with their feet. They leave tracks. All around the world, they leave tracks. We have upwards of 10,000 or more photographed, plaster casted, or both. No question about it. And guess what? They're all fakes. All of them. Every one of them is a fake. Problem being, it's not that they are really in fact fakes. They just can't be real. They can't be real because not only is Darwin a blowed up peckerwood, all of his followers are. And they don't want to be that. So these cannot be real, even though they are. Now, is it possible that they could all be fakes? All these tracks could be fakes? Could they fool everybody? No. Why? Because we know a lot about it. Let's take a look. There's a science called ichnology. And what an ichnologist does is he studies the tracks left in fossils by creatures going millions of years back. Show them a fossil, they can look at a print or a track or anything. They can tell you what made it. There's a whole science to it. If you go back into prehistory, all of our primitive tribes, the one thing you had to pass on to your children was how to read the tracks in the area and know what they were, so that they could feed their family out of the environment and so they could keep from feeding some wild animal's family. Very important. If you took everything we knew about, remember Tonto and those Indians, boy, they could just smell a track and tell you 20 things about what made it. We know about tracks. And this is two of the basic things we know. That when any living fleshy foot, like a human foot or a hominoid foot or even a camel pad, it doesn't matter, makes a track, puts a track down, the subtle interaction of bones in the foot, in our case it's 26 bones, 33 joints, dozens of muscles, ligaments, and tendons, makes a very subtle movement and lays it down in a very specific way from the midline out. And so it leaves a distinctive print with little lines in here called compression lines. Next slide. When you do it with a fake foot, you don't get that subtlety of movement because there's no sequential parts to a fake foot. If you're missing a foot and you need a prosthesis, you're going to get just a dull stiff foot. We cannot duplicate anything even close to it, anything even close to a real foot. So whether this is plaster or rubber or plastic or wood, it doesn't matter. If you're making a fake foot, it's going to be of a piece, and so when you put it down into the medium, you have to stamp it or press it as a whole, and in doing so, you get a very distinctive look to that, and it's a little ridge here with cracks on the top and the outside that's an impact ridge. So we have compression lines and impact ridges. Now, I can give this little lesson to a class of first graders, lay down a bunch of tracks here, real and fake, give them a magnifying glass, and they will not miss one. They will not miss one. Now, forest rangers that make their living out telling you, bear, elk, zebra, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, they can tell you what it is. And no anthropologist will question their expertise. But if they see a hominoid track and they say, oh, boy, that looks real to me too, the anthropologist say, well, you don't know what you're talking about there. You don't know what you're talking about there. That one's fake. You're wrong there. See how absurd it is? And for the most part, you believe it because you don't expect them to lie to you. You don't expect them to have an agenda that they're maintaining, but they do, and keep it in mind. Okay, next slide. All right, this is the way a human foot works, looks and works. This is, of course, a good foot, not a flat foot. This is a typical human foot with an arch. When we come down on our heel, we have to swing our momentum around the arch, then cut it over into the ball, which will regenerate some of the lost momentum, and then we come out thrusting off of our big toe. That's how we walk. Our smaller toes pull up and act as balancers. If you notice your feet tonight when you walk around, notice how that works. Your big toe will go down, your other toes will pull up, and it will leave in making a medium, an undisturbed ridge of medium here, in making a track rather, an undisturbed ridge of medium right here, but this, of course, will be squashed. Very distinctive print, no question about it. Now, guess what? We walk badly, badly. When you do time and motion studies of us walking, we're keeling around as we're swinging our momentum through our feet. We're locking our knees. We're basically throwing ourselves through our hips. That's why our joints wear out as we age. Our knees and our hips. We're using them badly. We walk badly. Whoever designed us needed to go back to the drawing board a couple of times more. They got lazy. It was a mistake. Okay, with that in mind, next slide. Let's take a look at a hominoid track, typical hominoid track. This is Bigfoot, 16 inches long, but taken in that really nice powdery dirt you get at the end of a hot summer, so it's a very clear, distinct print. Notice, if you will, the differences. We have a midline about right here, ankle shifted very far forward, heel extended back here and very much widened, forefoot shortened very much and widened, all 5 toes looking about the same shape, ironically, square, and all 5 toes acting as balancers because you have medium all the way through here. So you're getting the forefoot thrust coming out completely of the ball area, which is dented in, and it's like a 2-part motion, sort of. So they have a completely different foot. It's a completely redesigned foot. Why? Completely redesigned creature. Much bulkier, much heavier, much denser, much more robust. So you need a different kind of foot. No arch is going to support that kind of weight, so you have no arch. Now, the funny thing about most real, quote, fake tracks is that the local yokels who make them make big human footprints and go out stamping those around. So, immediately, they don't even have sense enough to know you got to do it, make a completely different foot. But the main thing to notice here is, remember, in our motion, we walk here, we go here, we do this, and we're very awkward. Look at the line of thrust here. Straight shot. What does this tell us? He walks right. He does it better than us. He does it the way it's supposed to be done. He or she does it the way it's supposed to be done. Isn't that interesting? Next slide. Okay, this is something else that the best hominoid tracks have. Dermal ridges. Now, it's kind of hard to see, but dermal ridges are your fingerprints on your feet. Fingerprints on your feet. This is why they take a baby's footprint when it's born. Finger's too small to deal with, just stick its foot on. Same thing. Individual, unique. Dermal ridges. And there you... Oh, I think my battery's running out. Oh, no. No, when I put it down here, it goes out. I may need a replacement part here if anybody's got one. Yeah, I know, but I think it's just because I shook the battery a little bit. All right, anyway, point is that whoever's faking these things out around the world, thousands of them, is taking the trouble to make articulating feet that if they would just put on the market, they could make a fortune in the prosthetics industry. And then they're taking the trouble to incise dermal ridges when lasers would have a hard time doing this. I mean, criminals, if this was easy to do, criminals would get their fingerprints fixed, would they not? Instead of cutting them off. Lasers really couldn't do this kind of work, I don't believe. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. No, I got it. I'm going to go with this one for now. Okay. So, you with me? It's a conspiracy to end all conspiracies, this making the hominoid track conspiracies. And what I'm trying to get you to see is that is in fact absurdity piled on absurdity that they're asking you to believe. And again, for the most part, you do believe that. Most people who came in here today probably believed everything that the tabloids have to say about the hominoids. Problem being, if the hominoids are real, what does it mean? We are off the flowchart of natural life on Earth, and they don't want that to happen. Neither science nor religion. So in this instance, they hold hands and walk down the path together. Okay, next slide. All right, check this again. Comparison, Bigfoot track, plaster cast, human foot, just to get this in shape in your mind again. Next slide. All right, another pair of hominoid tracks, as you can see. These are so grungy looking on the soles because they were taken out of clay as opposed to dirt, as you saw earlier. But in every other way, they're hominoid tracks, are they not? We found, they're found together, so we assume it's a male and a female, like the two that we saw walking along at the Laetoli tracks. Right? Would everybody agree? This is as hominoid as it gets, right? Wrong! Guess what these are? Neanderthals. These are Neanderthal tracks, absolutely and without doubt. Toriano, Italy, a cave 30,000 years ago. Neanderthal artifacts all over the place. Neanderthals. Bona fide. Now, what does this tell us? It tells us that the Neanderthals, for sure, are hominoids because they got hominoid feet stuck on them. Plus, they got hominoid heads stuck, as you saw from the skulls. Furthermore, we can assume, I think, fairly, that every one of the ones we saw earlier, all the way back to Lucy, 4 million years worth, had feet just like this and were, in fact, hominoids. The track you saw at Laetoli, remember the one down in the corner? It looked a heck of a lot like that, didn't it? The hominoids are the prehumans. That's the point I keep trying to make. Now, I'm extrapolating a little bit here. I'm taking a little risk because we don't have the feet nor the prints of any other prehuman. We just have to go with logic. But guess what we do have? We do have the feet of Neanderthals. Next slide. Here we go. Neanderthal foot, human foot, Neanderthal. Can everybody see this down at the bottom? I'm sorry, it's kind of low. Take a look so you can see. Stand up if you have to, be like a football game. All right, here's the deal. Notice there's no comparison. Look at the heel bone of the Neanderthal relative to our little nub of the heel bone. Look where our ankle base joint is as opposed to this huge, this is it, this is bone here. This is our little base joint compared to this giant base joint here and the squeeze forward of it. Notice, if you will, the great foreshortening of the forefoot and the widening of it relative to ours. Look at the skew. You can see the skew in the foot. See how squared up and solid that is like a rock. Look how much our big toe dominates our little foretoes and how much these are much the same. This thing is built for balance, for solidity, for stability. We got a crummy foot, folks. Crummy foot and a crummy walk. We ought to complain to the boss about this. You can see why this thing walks so smoothly. It's just kabloom, boy. It's just perfect. for maintaining balance and stability, carrying all that heavy bulk and weight. Good design, bad design. Next slide. Okay, if I'm right, they're out there, all these places. Where are they? All right, let's take a look at the world. Take away the deserts, take away the tundra, and what you're left with is arable land. Arable land. All right? This is where they live, in the black parts. The heavy, dense, deep forests and jungles of the world. This is where we live, the nice, cool, open areas, the pinks, the blues, and the purples. The primo niches, that's us. All right? Now, broken down, that is 55% for us, 45% for them, moving toward 40% for them. As you know, we're cutting down forests like crazy. It used to be 55% for them, 45% for us, 500 years ago, approximately. Okay, so you look at this and you say, well, wait a minute, we're sitting right here in the desert. We live everywhere. No, we live in most of these environments, but we don't live, for the most part, up in these areas, in the Himalayas and here and in these jungles. If we live in the jungles, we live on the river. We don't live in the heart of darkness. When we have to live in the heart of darkness, what do? We cut it down. We'll cut roads through here, but we don't live in it, where we've got to hack our way through every day to go to school or to the store. Just isn't going to happen. We're not physically designed for that. Our skin won't take it. If we didn't have clothes and couldn't defeat the natural order of things, if you were to strip everybody in this room naked and put us out there to live like everybody else has to live, most of us would be dead in a few weeks from radiation poisoning. Those of us who have black skin would have a chance to make it to the equator, but couldn't stay and live in cold climates. We're not physically adapted to this planet. Understand that. Our skin does not let us go except in certain niches, the primo niches. So, understand too that we think we live in every one of the nooks and crannies out there. We are masters of all we survey. That's what we're told all the time. We're humans. We're masters of all we survey. We do not even survey all that we claim to be masters of. It will surprise you to know that of the United States alone, fully 25%, 1/4, has never once been foot surveyed because it's just too hard to get in there and do the work. We survey from the air those areas. We do not go. We're not as tough as we think we are. Now, also understand that the hominoids are not just restricted to these areas. They move wherever there are forests. These are their real stomping grounds. But they go anywhere that there are forests. They use forests like highways because they are migratory animals. They migrate. They do not hibernate. They move with the seasons, and they use forests as their highways. As they live in the forests, they do a split shift with the bears. Bears work the day shift, they work the night shift. It is. It's how it works. Also understand that of the 5,000 quality sightings that we have in the United States and Canada, I'm not talking just, skimpy ones. I'm talking good quality sightings, 5,000 in the last 50 years, half have been east of the Mississippi River. Every state has them, except possibly Nevada, maybe the mountains north. We have them in Louisiana, down in the swamps, the little one. It's called rougarou. When I was a little boy growing up, don't you get too far from the house, rougarou will get you. The little red man of the woods, the boogeyman. Excuse me, boogerman, right. Slip of the tongue. Anyway, Florida has the skunk ape. New Jersey has the Jersey Devils. Arkansas, everywhere has them. I bet you every one of you have heard stories about this from your state. They're everywhere. And it's the same around the world. They share the planet with us. Okay, next slide. So, you say to me, well, okay, by George, we're humans. Why don't we just go out there and get one? Even so, we can do anything. Why don't we just mount up and go get one if there's so many of them out there? All right, panda is a perfect example of what the problem is. The panda was last century's hominoids. Rumors would come out of China of this black and white bear that ate bamboo, And of course, every PhD in the world sitting behind his little desk does not even have to get his fanny up out of the chair to say, well, forget that. We know they have black bears, we know they have brown bears, we know they have white bears, but they're all carnivores. No vegetarian bears, you kidding us? Ridiculous. And then in 1869, a French naturalist goes to Sichuan province, China, and sees the hide of a freshly killed one hanging on the wall, and he knows they're real. So every zoo and museum mounts up the expeditions that you would like to see mounted up today to go out to find the next panda and bring it in. Serious. Now we're talking Sichuan province, an area the size of the state of Arizona, very mountainous, hilly terrain, difficult terrain, covered with bamboo rather than woods, but in every other respect, like the environment that hominoids will be found in. How long do you think it took those teams? And this is back in the 1800s where people really knew their way around the woods. How long do you think it took? 60 years. And quit giving away my punchlines. Don't do that anymore. 60 years. 60 years. Those of you who've seen the movie, do not give away the punchlines. Okay. Now, it sounds like a gross exaggeration, and it is. They only looked for about 30 years. This is where Ivy made the mistake. They only looked for about 30 years, and then they gave it up. And they said it has to be extinct now. And then 30 years later, Teddy Roosevelt's sons are out there doing some sport hunting, and they kill one. Okay? So then they mounted up again, knowing that it's for real now. And because they had learned so much in the interim, they began to get them. And over the next 20 years, they brought in 6. And we have the panda craze, that we have today. But even to this day, they're extremely difficult to go out into the wilds of Sichuan province, China, and bring in a wild panda. Now, what is the panda doing that makes it so difficult to get one? Well, as you can see, it's very brightly colored and stands out very distinctively against its green background. It lives during the day. It eats a very restricted diet, bamboo. It's very slow moving. You see them move in zoos. They're as stupid as a bag of hammers. They can't even reproduce in zoos. Can't even find each other or figure it out. I mean, how stupid do you have to be? Anyway, the point is, they're not doing anything. They're living their lives, and the problem lies with us. We can't hack it in their world very easily. We think we're masters again of the world. We're not. We're not. And where they live is where the hominoids live. And the hominoids are bigger, faster, stronger, operate at night, eat anything in their world. They can hear better, see better, and I'm absolutely sure think better than we can. We're not going to just mount up and go get one because we've tried it many times and it hasn't worked. We're only going to see them by accident, encounter them by accident. And that's when it happens, and it happens a lot. We have good evidence on record of these encounters. Next slide. We're going to go over a few. The famous Patterson film, Roger Patterson took a film of a female hominoid walking along a creek bank in 1967, October. You all saw this, well, not all, but some of you saw this recently on a television program called World's Greatest Hoaxes. All right? That itself was a hoax. That program was a hoax. I wrote a long email about this, and it's on my site if you'd like to read it, www.lloydpie.com. It's a defense of the Patterson film showing what they did not talk about in that program, trying to make this film look like a hoax and pick on it, as people will do occasionally. There's no doubt that this is a bona fide film for a number of reasons we're going to go over. All right. First of all, it was a bright sunny day, as you can see. What happened was the sun was shining such that it was glinting off of her shoulder and thigh as she walked, and you could see her muscles rippling in her shoulder, in her thigh as she walks. In good slow-mo close-up, you can see that, which they did not provide in that program. All right. If that's a person in a suit, the suit has to be glued to naked skin. In the gluing process, you lose that flexibility, that ripple. The only thing that looks like this does in this film is real skin over real muscle working. So we could stop right here. It's real just based on that. right there. But we don't have to stop. The arm, if you've all seen her walk, she walks along like this. She drags her arm down around her knees where everybody says, you know, the hominoids do. Why? The elbow articulates right here, which is much longer from shoulder to elbow than a human. If that's a human in a suit, impossible. You can't get an elbow bend at the same point. So we could stop right there. Solid proof that that's not a human being in a suit. But furthermore, Jerry Romney, the guy they said was in the suit, they stuck him with breasts. What would they do that for? Why go to the problem? Why go to the trouble? As she walks along and she turns back to face him, you see the breasts sway, and she takes a couple of steps, and you see that nice jiggle that we all know. If it's a person in a suit in 1967, it's going to be those early silicone jobs. Remember those? Absolutely real right there. Furthermore, she left tracks in the hard-packed sand of the creek bed. 1 inch deep. We have pictures. We have casts. That cast you saw earlier of the cast in the foot, that was her foot. No question, inch deep, walked a 200-pound man beside her not long after. He sank about 1/4 inch. So we know that as she stood there doing this, she weighed 600 to 800 pounds. Fake that. That's got to be a real lead-lined suit. 600 to 800 pounds as she walks. So we know that it was a legitimate film. Furthermore, as they pointed out in the program, with the fake films, they can never tell you where it happened and who did it, who took it, because they don't want that guy to be grilled, and they don't want experts to go and measure one limb here and know how tall it really was. Well, what Patterson did was he went right out fast as he could and begged every expert in the area that he could call, every anthropologist and zoo person, come out, bona fide sighting, please bring dogs. And you don't want to bring dogs because these things have a very powerful body odor that even tracking dogs will recoil from. If it's a person in a suit, it's like the suit's not even there. The dogs are after it. Patterson did, of course, no expert came. Needless to say, they never do. You can't get them to go because they know what will happen. A young man named Grover Krantz went out early in his career as an anthropologist, took a look at one, and he said, it looks real to me. And it's 30-some-odd years later, and I think he's still trying for tenure. They've made a tremendous example out of Grover Krantz for what happens to people who side with the enemy in this issue, which is a very volatile, very sensitive issue. Okay? So no experts would come, needless to say. Patterson did everything right that he could except film something that could be real. Other than that, he was great. Okay, next slide. A man named Albert Ostman, picture taken in 1957, talking about an event that occurred to him 33 years earlier in 1924 when he was a young man, a timber cruiser in the woods of southern British Columbia. He's taking some time off. He's out looking for gold mines, lost gold mines. He's sleeping in his sleeping bag one night, and suddenly Big Hand picks him up, shoves him to the bottom of the bag, slings him over its back like Santa's bag of toys, and scoops up his camp stores with the other hand and walks off with him. He is captured by a Bigfoot. He has marched for about an hour. He's got barely enough room at the top of the bag to breathe. The hand couldn't get quite around the bag, so he had enough room to breathe, but he stuck down the bottom of it. It dumps him out an hour later or so, and he's in a 10-acre basin of high rock walls where he can't get out, and there's one opening opposite where he is, and over there is the den of the living quarters of the male Bigfoot that got him, his mate, and their two offspring, a young male and a young female. And Albert Ostman stays with them for 6 days before he can figure out a way to escape, which is very funny, very clever. Not going to go into it. Takes too long to tell. It's in the book, okay? But he gets away. The point of the story is not how funnily he escapes, but that he doesn't tell anybody for 33 years. Keeps it to himself, thinking everybody would think he was crazy, which they would do. And then in 1957, he reads an affidavit in a paper by a man who saw one picking berries, and the man said, if anybody has an experience like this, would you share it with me? So Ostman writes him a letter and says, this is what happened to me. Well, when people found out what happened to him, the roof fell in on the poor guy. Experts came in from all over the world. He had to take lie detector tests up the wazoo. You know how it works. And so you know that when you're telling a story, a long, detailed story, and it's a lie, You can't keep the details straight. You're going to goof it up, and they're going to figure it out sooner or later you're telling a lie. He never goofed up. He passed all his lie detector tests. No, anybody that had anything to do with him, just read the testimonies, say he was absolutely A+ straight up guy, telling a true story. Next slide. The famous Minnesota Iceman. Ice Child is more like it. This was a juvenile Bigfoot killed by a man named Frank Hansen in the woods of northern Minnesota. Ironically, in 1967, the same year that Patterson filmed his Bigfoot 2,000 miles away. All right, now, Frank Hansen shot it in the back, blew out that nice hole in its chest, dropped it, severed its spine, dropped it down. It pulled its arm up to protect its face from him, as you can imagine, shot it through the wrist, through the left eye, blew the right eye out onto its cheek, and blew out the back of its head. Coup de grace, killed it dead. At that moment, 1967, Frank Hansen could have changed history. He could have taken this thing, crammed it down the throats of science, and we would not be having this discussion today. We would all accept hominoids as a reality from that point forward. No problem. But Frank Hansen was not that kind of man. The kind of man he was, he saw the opportunity. He bought a 7-foot floor freezer. He threw the body in there. He filled it up with water. He froze it. He put a piece of plate glass over it, and he took it around to shopping malls and county fairs for about 12 years, from about 1978 to, about 1968 to about 1980. Did anybody here besides me see it when it was out? There's always people that saw it, okay? So they can tell you that it was the real deal, okay? Now, what you saw if you went and paid your buck to see it was this thing laid out, and you could see it's kind of snowy, milky ice right here, but where you could see it was like glass. It was like air. It was clear. You know how ice can be. So you could see very clearly that this was an living dead thing laying in front of you. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of a man named Ivan Sanderson. When Frank Hansen was trying to get publicity for this, he allowed Ivan Sanderson, a true zoologist and a great cryptozoologist, to study this thing for 3 full days. Very powerful lights, the whole works. And Sanderson wrote this tremendously detailed technical report about it, much of which I quote in the book. You read that, you will know the man knew what he was looking at from a technical zoology standpoint. I'm looking at it just with layman's eyes when I'm a young man, but they're perfect eyes, astronaut eyes. So I'll tell you what I saw. What you could see, what anybody could see, because the knees were almost to the top of the glass, is that every hair, you know how hair floats in water? This is not our hair. This is primate hair, 2 to 3 inches long. It's sticking off. It's like a pincushion off its body. You can see right down to its skin wherever you look. And wherever you look, you're looking at what amounts to a small pencil lead hair, round, tucking into a pore, perfectly tightly round. Wherever you look, millions of them, wherever you look. Now, what we're told is this was just a wax and rubber dummy made up by a charlatan who was out to just take advantage of people, right? Ask anybody who works in the wax museum business, and they'll tell you the one thing you can't do well is hair, because to get the hair right, you got to punch it in with a tool, and you got to pull that tool out, and it's going to leave a little nick mark around the hair. None of that in this creature, none. But the thing that really impressed me the most, and I'm sure everybody else will verify this, is, you know, when you kill a deer or something, you let it bleed out, but for a long time after, it oozes that pink kind of fluid. You scrape your elbow, for women who don't deer hunt, scrape your elbow, you know, and after a while you're still oozing that pink sticky stuff. Well, it was still doing that when he froze it, when he put the water in. So as the water was freezing, that stuff was coming up in tendrils, ribbons, pink ribbons of that sticky oozy stuff, coming out of every wound, out of there, out of the mouth, out of the nose. You know, when you have a traumatic head injury, you bleed out of your nose and your mouth as well, out of both eye sockets, out of the wrist. Little pieces of bone were sticking out of the wrist. Every one of those, and those ribbons went from down as deep in the holes as they could get up to the surface, and they spread out in little pools, little circles at the top of the ice. Now, I defy anybody making a fake to even think to do that, much less pull it off and make it look so real. This was the real deal. Next slide. Perhaps the most interesting story of them all, Zana from Russia, an Alma. Remember I told you that the Almas were also man-sized, 5 to 7 feet tall, 300, 600 pounds, and they're dominant in Russia and the Orient. This is Alma, the living Neanderthal. This is one of them right here. This is Zana, is an Alma, was an Alma. Now, understand this. In the Orient, the tradition when one of these things is captured, for whatever reason, was to kill it immediately. desiccate its body and sell its body parts for medicine, principally aphrodisiacs. That's the Oriental tradition. In the Russian area, though, when they would be captured, male or female, they would be used as slaves, physical slaves, held, spirits broken in these primitive villages where they would be, and they would be used to carry wood, fetch water, do the haying, all the heavy work nobody really wants to do. Make the slave do it. And so that became their fate. And for females, another aspect of it was they had to become the sex slaves of the men of the area. And that was one of the other great advantages to having a female. And so this is the fate that befell Xana in about 1850. She was captured as an adult in 1850. We do not know how old she was. She was an adult. She was taken to the village of Takina, where they kept her in a hole for about 3 years until her spirit was broken enough to let her wander around. She was dependent on them for food, and then they began to train her to fetch wood, fetch water, do the things that she had to do. And she became like the village pet for 40 years. She died in 1890. Now, how do we know this? Because in the Orient and Russia, they don't have the same tradition that we have. They're very old countries. They've been living with this for a very long time, for centuries. They know they're real. They send researchers out taking information about it. They send teams out trying to find them, or they used to when Russia had money. They don't now. But this was done in the mid-1970s. Excuse me, I'm sorry, mid-1960s. This research was done in the mid-60s. So in the mid-1960s, this is an area of Kazakhstan where she lived, where people live very long lives. You know those places in the world where people live up around 120 years old? So they had over 100 people above the age of 80 that had known her quite well in their youth. There were 10 still alive who had attended her funeral. So they were able to get tremendous corroborative evidence, corroborative testimony about her lifestyle, and everything about her from all these different people, so we have an amazing view of what she was like and what her life was like. Again, a lot of which I go over in the book. But the main thing is that she never learned to speak, but she learned the language. They could talk to her and she'd know what they meant. And while there, she gave birth 8 times to hybrids with men of the village. 8 times. Killed the first 4 accidentally because her kind apparently washes the newborn off immediately. She would take it to the freezing glacial river that ran through the village, and because they had so much human in them, it would kill them. So the last 4, the village women took them from her at birth and raised them on their own because they looked so human, and every pair of hands was very valuable in one of those primitive villages like that. And so they raised them up, and they became Russian citizens. Married, had children. Her great-grandchildren are alive in Russia to this day. I know, it's an amazing story. Now, what do people say about her children? Well, everybody said that they were indeed taller than most, bigger than most, a little more robust than most, but not giants, not superhumans, just strong, you know, big and strong people. Darker skinned than most, but not truly Negroid. Hair like, you know, everybody, but not covered in hair like she was. Average intelligence, not wizards, not stupid. Ugly enough to make a freight train take a dirt road. Unfortunately for them. But they could speak. That's the key. They could all speak. They had very high-pitched voices, but they could speak, which allowed them to integrate into the community as humans, even though they were clearly not quite humans. So the researchers were real excited to get all this information. It's like, wow. And they knew where she was buried. She was buried in the village cemetery. Unfortunately, this is a Muslim area. They don't mark gravestones there. So they knew she was in the village cemetery, which had existed for centuries, and they couldn't say just where because of the 10 people that were alive. They all had different memories of where it had been. Who knew that 70, 80 years later somebody was going to care? So they couldn't decide. They couldn't, and they would have had to bulldoze the whole thing. The village wouldn't let them do that. So somebody says, well, guess what? Her youngest son, Kvit, died in 1954, only 10 years prior to this study. So they said, we know where he is. We'll let you dig him up. So, boy, they dug him up. Her youngest son, Kvit. Now, before we look at his skull, I want to say again, remember, Neanderthals had bigger brains than we did, and they carry them, we do rather than carry them in a bun in the back of their head called the occipital bun. All right, let's take a look at Kvitt's skull. Here you go, right here. Notice, if you will, that's a remnant of an occipital bun right there. Notice how much of a forehead he doesn't have. Look at the size of these brow ridges. Look at that eye socket. Is it starting to look familiar? Look at the size of that nasal passage. Look at the size of these teeth. Look at the size of that jawbone. Look at the size of the cheekbone. But look at that chin. Allows him to speak. This is an ugly dude, kids. This is a Neanderthal, basically. This is a guy you do not want to meet in a dark alley. Now, what, of course, anthropologists say is that he is an extreme variation on the human norm. An extreme, real extreme variation on the human norm. But that's how they explain it. Okay, I ask you to take my word for it. Hominoids are real. They live with us today. They have always lived with us. It is their planet. They are the native, indigenous, upright walking primate of planet Earth. There was a split somewhere between the down on all four primates and the up on 2 feet primates, but we're not the one. The pre-humans are the pre-hominoids. Go with me on that. Now, if you do, what it means is, as I said earlier, we human beings do not have a place in the natural scheme of life on Earth. And that's a problem. So if we don't, where did we come from? Why and how did we start leaving fossils on the planet at only 120,000 years ago? All right? Unlike Alan, the speaker you saw earlier, and perhaps unlike some of the others you might hear later, I have my own opinion. I don't necessarily agree with him. You're here to evaluate what we say and decide on what you believe. I am a pro-Sitchin person, as you will see, okay? I have studied, and in part 4 of my book, I base part 4 on the writings of Zechariah Sitchin and the ancient Sumerians, because, next slide, I believe that the answer to where we came from is, in fact, going to be found in Sumer, ancient Sumer. Modern-day Iraq, Tigris-Euphrates River, Zagros Mountains, the Fertile Crescent. And the Sumerians are the first great culture that we know to come out of the Stone Age. At around 6,000 years ago, they appear full-blown, boop, everything. Over 100 of the first that we attribute to a high culture the Sumerians produced. Now, logic would tell you, and certainly the Darwinian paradigm of simplicity leading to ever more complexity would tell you, that the first culture out of the Stone Age is going to come crawling out of the caves on bloody hands and knees. Are they not? But no. These guys come sailing out and start building beautiful cities and have education and law and everything. Next slide, please. They had the first great cities, the first great city centers, the first high-rise buildings, the first walls, the first roads, the first wheeled vehicles, the first ocean-going vessels, geniuses with water, first agriculture, first animal husbandry, first laws, first court systems, first literature. You name it. They had it. Well, everything except cable TV, maybe. I mean, they had it. They were great. They were a fantastic culture. And the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans come from their culture. Those cultures developed from what passes down from the Sumerians, or at least out from the Sumerians, I believe. Okay? So, one of the many things they had at first was writing. Now, this is what we're all taught. We're taught nothing about the Sumerians except that they invented writing. Again, they appear, boop, invent writing, boop, disappear, and that's it. History forgets about them. You never hear what they wrote. You never hear what they wrote. And you never hear how sophisticated they were, because, again, it doesn't fit that paradigm. It's easier to just start with the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans and move on from there. Okay? What they had to say, next slide, in their writings, their writing, by the way, was cuneiform, very sophisticated math-based writing. And by the way, their mathematical system, called sexagesimal, based on the number 60, is better than ours for using very small numbers and very large numbers. And they kept time around the great year, 26,000 years. How'd they figure that out? Among other things. But in their writings, most of it is like these little hand things where it's just bills of lading. I sell you this, I'm buying that from you. It's like our paperwork. But they have a lot of them, about 5,000 of the 100,000 or more that we that have to do with stories of their cosmology, their cosmogony, their history, where we came from, how the solar system formed and all that. And that's what we're going to go over, what they had to say. Where did it come from? Well, originally, when these things were being translated in the late 1800s, early 1900s, when the translators would read what they'd have to say, it was like, oh, come on, forget about it. Put them in the myth. These are myths. They have to be myth. It can't be true. And they put it in the myth pile, which Alan was talking about, myth. So Zecharia Sitchin, a man named Zecharia Sitchin in the 1950s gets the idea, wait a minute, how does the first culture get a myth? Who hands it to them? Good question. Why didn't anybody else think of that? So he assumes it has to be a history. They have to be telling a history, which then later gets distorted perhaps as myth by later cultures, but the first one's got to be a history. So he goes into the myth pile with that attitude and comes out with 8 books at this point called the Earth Chronicle series, which I use as the basis for a lot of what you're going to see here now for a while. Okay, we're going to go over what the Sumerians had to say, boiled down. Part 4 of my book is basically the cliff notes to Sitchin's work. Any of you that have tried to read it, you know it's a slog at points. Okay, I tried to make it as easy as I could, so at least you have the cliff notes to go in and try it again. All right, next slide. Here's what they say, that originally as the solar system was forming, there was the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and a planet called Tiamat, right where the asteroid belt is now. And if you know about Bode's law, there's supposed to be planets at certain places of a certain size, and it all fits reasonably well except for the asteroid belt where there should be a planet, and there isn't. But there was Tiamat then, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto as a moon of Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and into that forming solar system at around 4 billion years ago, which we extrapolate and assume because all of them were still very plasmid, still very much lava-ish, able to pull moons out of themselves. And we know that the solar system formed at around 4.6 billion years ago. So at around 4 billion years ago would have been the time approximately when this would have happened. Okay. Nibiru comes in, and as it's a stray planet like the one we saw a few months ago being slung out of the binary star system on the news. We all saw that. Probably something like that. It's captured by the gravitational pull of the large outer planets, swung around the sun, captured by the sun, and is caught in an elliptical orbit like a comet, moving clockwise as opposed to the counterclockwise circles of the other planets. Well, as you can see, there's the capacity for real problems here with one going one way and one going the other. And in the second time around, Nibiru collides head-on with Tiamat at planetary speeds. This is a collision. Okay? Next slide. This whole thing now is described in the great Sumerian epic of creation called the Enuma Elish, which is 6 tablets of action, 1 tablet of summation, which is taken to be by many people the basis for the 6 days of creation and the 1 day of rest. Because much of the Old Testament is a direct come down from the Sumerians. And if you know the Sumerian history and you read your Sitchin, you will know that, or my stuff, you will see that that is the case. Now, in that great epic of creation, the Enuma Elish, six of the major puzzles of modern astronomy and Earth geology are, I think, plausibly answered. You heard Alan's interpretation of some of it. I'm going to give you mine and give you the basic Sitchin explanation. Okay? What they say is that in the collision, Nibiru slams into Tiamat. It is a little more held together. It's older, and so it is coalesced more. It holds together. Tiamat is shattered in two, blown apart, torn in half. And that the lighter outer crust, the crust with the water on it, is scattered in all directions. Boom, just an explosion, the lighter crust, and goes off with the water. Now, one of the great mysteries of modern-day astronomy is comets. Comets make no sense for this reason. They come from all over the place. In a linear universe, when, you know, the great ball of a primordial cloud of dust and gas swirling around flattens out into a pancake to make the solar system, that's the ecliptic. Everything formed in the ecliptic should be in the ecliptic. Nothing should be out of the ecliptic, and yet comets come from all over the place. So they had to be removed out to where they are some kind of way, but we don't have any idea. So they come up with this fantastic thing called the Oort cloud, which is so far away you can't imagine. The Oort cloud is one of the biggest jokes out there. And that's how they explain comets, because they can't explain them any other way. But the problem with comets is they have water in them. And anything out in space is not going to produce water. You produce water by being a cooling planet with lava spewing up the steam and stuff like that, and it condenses, etc. So comets have to begin in a planet. Now, this explains it, I think, plausibly well. Nothing that they will throw at you to explain comets will do it. All right, number two, the other great mystery, the asteroid belt. What they say is that the inner viscous magma inside Tiamat in the collision was strung out the bowels of the planet. The guts were ripped out and strung out and broke into little pieces. That's the asteroid belt. They called it the hammered bracelet. We call it the asteroid belt. But there it is. And that's a fairly plausible explanation for it. Again, this doesn't make sense because, as you heard, the exploded planet theory. Problem is, when a planet explodes, it ought to just go boom everywhere. It shouldn't be hanging around. Doesn't make sense for a number of reasons. Okay, now, the third one is Pluto. Pluto's a problem because it's, as you've all been hearing lately, they're trying to downgrade it. It doesn't belong. It doesn't fit. It has an orbit that's not like the others. It carries inside the orbit of Neptune, and it's 17 degrees off the ecliptic. Again, nothing should be off the ecliptic. What they say is that Nibiru, as it swung around, it pulled Pluto away from Saturn, its original home, and dropped it out where it is now. Now, all astronomers know Pluto is not a natural planet. It started life as a moon of an inner planet. They know that. But they have no idea how it could have gotten moved out to where it is. Here you go. Here's the reasonable answer right here. Now, let's talk about Earth. Three great mysteries here. Life. Well, first of all, let's establish that Earth is a remnant of this. What happens is Nibiru's moon bangs into the remnant of Tiamat, and like pool balls, boop, hitting, knocks it inside the orbit of Mars, and it reestablishes there and becomes the Earth, the remnant of Tiamat. Now, Earth has one great mystery is life. How did life come to be? Life appears, despite what you're told about the lightning bolt into the primordial soup and all that, forget it. That's just a joke. That's just a fantasy fairy tale to tell people that don't want to know the truth and to tell kids in school. That's what they're teaching to this day. We know very well that the first forms of life to appear on Earth appear suddenly. They're very sophisticated bacteria, prokaryotic bacteria, and there's not one, there's two kinds, and they appear at around 4 billion years ago. Suddenly, overnight, strata with two kinds, sophisticated bacteria, relative to what that first living form would have been. If I had done the first part of my show, you would see all that. Okay, you can get the tape or get one tape and put it in a room and let everybody see it if you want to. But anyway, the point is, life is a great mystery. How it would suddenly appear 4 billion years ago, here you go. It says in the tablets, in the collision between Nibiru and Tiamat, in the mingling of their waters, Nibiru passed life to Tiamat, to the remnant of Tiamat. Perfect explanation for the sudden appearance of two sophisticated life forms on the remnant. Now, the remnant now is over here with its moon Kingu, and has gone over, and now we're looking at two major differences in Earth and all other astral bodies out there. Earth is missing a huge portion of its crust, and it has plate tectonics, movement in the plates. How could that happen? No explanation. Why? Because in the vacuum, any liquid in a vacuum, what does it do? You see it in the space shuttle all the time. They let orange juice or milk. It makes the smallest, tightest ball it can make. That is what a liquid does in a vacuum. Smallest, tightest ball it can make. Now, that is what all the other astral bodies have done. They don't have plate tectonics. There's nowhere for the plates to go. They're as tight as they can be. Where do plate tectonics come from? In the collision, the backside of Tiamat is cracked like an eggshell. Cracked like an eggshell. There are the plates. There are the plates. And when the missing crust, of course, is when the half is there. It's still viscous. It's still magma. So what's it going to do? It's going to tighten itself down into a new ball, much smaller than the old one had been. And what's going to happen? It's going to have a big chunk gone, a big missing piece of itself, a big hole in itself, in its skin. And so that scar is going to break up into pieces as the plates move around, and we have the plate tectonics and we have the missing surface that we know about today. Next slide, please. And we'll take a look at just a representation of what it looks like with the water gone. Not to scale, of course, but you get the idea. This is not like any other planet or moon out there. Something happened. And I think the Enuma Elish gives a plausible explanation for what that was and for all the other things that I mentioned as well. Next slide. Now, when the dust settled, here's what we had. The solar system as we know it today, with Nibiru moving in this clockwise 3,600-year orbit. And I say it passes outside the orbit of Mars, inside the inner edge of the asteroid belt. And the last time we're through, I think, was around 200 BC, which means it's just past aphelion out here, and it's going to be back around 3400 AD, about 1400 years. We don't have to worry about it if I'm right. You will get arguments about these dates. Some people use textual interpretations. I use the date of the ending of the Ice Age, which I believe was caused by Nibiru passing through and lifting the tides. You can read about why I think that in the book. And I use the dating of the ice cores and the tree rings of science. I try to make my work as scientifically based as I can because I expect someday to be able to go toe-to-toe with those guys, and I want to be able to do it on their turf in their terms. Okay? So, next slide. All right. This is some of the proof for that story that you've just heard, and it starts with cylinder seals. And I just want you to see what a cylinder seal is. There are about 5,000 of these that we have. There were their printing press. It was just a thing they would roll out on the clay to leave little pictures like this. Now, when they had a story to tell, they told it in the tablets like you saw. But when they had an event that everybody would know the event, like I showed you that cartoon, and everybody here, we all knew in a very small space that was talking about millions of words and thousands of volumes about evolution. Am I right? We all knew. Well, they would all know this was the story of the time the gods or whoever gave the water to the water buffalo or whatever. The point is, notice the fine detail in the best of the cylinder seals, and then realize that these are basically 2 to 3 inches high. They're like big spools of thread. Made out of precious and semi-precious stone, carved in a circular format so that they roll out flat and three-dimensionally. Now, when asked how this was done, science says, well, they could only have bored little holes into the rock and then abraded them out like they, to the degree that they wanted. Well, the sand would be bigger than the holes you need to do this, some of this work anyway. There's just no way. Lasers, this is not even an inch square here. Lasers would have a hard time doing this if they could do it. Nobody knows how they did this. They're just pulling one out of the hat on you. Okay, next slide. This is the one I want you to see. This is a much older one, much more worn, as you can see. 4,500 years, 4,500 years, 2,500 BC. It's called it's VA 243. It's in a museum in Berlin. It's well dated. And it's called the Granting of the Plow. This is a seated God. See him in his chair with a plow in his hand. This is a standing God, and this is a human. How do we know they're gods? Because they have horns on their helmets. Horns on their helmets. Notice the horns. This is how you signify gods, or they did anyway. The Sumerians did on their cylinder seals. And I want you to pay special attention to this because later at the banquet, we might see a real live Anunnaki helmet. We might see that. Okay, now, normally they would put astronomical signs up here to indicate who the god was because not everybody would know. But in this one, obviously, everybody knew. And as you can see, this kind of, the human is carrying this kind of skunky old digging stick that the most primitive people have, even to this day. And this new wooden plow here, 4,500 years ago, we can go to Egypt today and see this very plow, and in many other third world countries still being used, this very plow. Okay, so no question it's the granting of the plow. But this is what makes this special right here. Let's see a blow up of that. What is this? Solar system, right. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, in their relative sizes, mind you. Earth, Moon, think how small that is. What grain of sand dug that out? Mars, and then, what should be here? This should be the asteroid belt. This is Nibiru, folks. Nibiru. Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto as a moon of Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Notice that it's only a little bit bigger than Uranus, Neptune. It's about 3 times bigger than Earth. Nibiru is a good-sized planet. Good-sized planet, according to this. Okay? Now, again, what proof do we have of any of this? Let's take a look at this. All right, here's a look at the solar system that you don't get to very often. And did it occur to any of you that we were looking at a cylinder seal carved at 4,500 years ago that had Uranus in it that we only discovered in 1781 when our telescopes got good enough to see it. It had Neptune, when we discovered in 1846 when our telescopes got good enough to see it, and Pluto, which we discovered in 1930 when our mathematicians got good enough to tell our astronomers where to look for the thing because it was so small. What are the Sumerians doing knowing about that? Furthermore, what are they doing writing in one of their tablets that if you look at these two, Uranus and Neptune, in the heavens, meaning right out on them, they look like blue-green watery twins. When we didn't find that out, we thought they were just big old gas bags like Jupiter and Saturn until Voyager went out there in 86 and 89 and found that, lo and behold, they really are blue-green watery twins. What the Sumerians said 4,500 years ago. Furthermore, they didn't count the way we do. Earth was not the third rock from the sun for them. It was number 7. So that means they were counting from out here and they were putting Pluto in its correct place. What are they doing with all that knowledge? Well, they make no bones about it. They say everything that we know, everything that we are, everything that we have comes from the people living on Nibiru. The people living on Nibiru came to Earth and gave us everything that we have, everything that we know, our great culture. Now, what's the proof of that? Is there any proof that any ancient advanced civilization was ever on Earth at any point in the dim or distant past? Yes, yes. The megalithic structures out there, the pyramids, Tiwanaku, Baalbek, Teotihuacan, Stonehenge, you name it. A couple of dozen of them. All of those are impossible for human beings to recreate today. And yet we are told in another one of these great fantasies that they were somehow created by people in ancient times, ancient Egyptians or ancient Sumerians or anybody. Somehow a way or other they did it. And it's just absolute malarkey. Impossible. Now, next slide. Some Egyptian scholars tried to prove it by getting down in with some pink granite here and wailing away with some stones for a few hours and tore their hands up and walked out of there saying, well, you know, we couldn't make much of a dent in it, but boy, you know, those old folks, they sure had a lot of time on their hands, and somehow they figured out a way to do it. Wouldn't give an inch after this. Wouldn't give an inch. It's ridiculous. Now, here's the stone they're working on. Next slide. Some of you may have seen this. This is an ancient 1,170-ton obelisk lies unfinished at the Aswan quarry. A crack rendered the stone unusable. It's pink granite. They were making it into an obelisk like the one you saw in Alan's slides. Okay? It's about 100 feet long. It's about 12 feet wide, 12 feet deep on the side. Imagine the Washington Monument, just squared off. And it's pretty much done. But now let's move this from the Stone Age. Let's move it through the age of copper because copper wouldn't make a dent in that. And let's move it into the Bronze Age. Bronze will chip on it. Bronze will take a little bit of it out. Now, let's put our bronze chisels or hatchets or whatever in the hands of some guys and get them down in this crack and put them to work. How do you think you're going to fare in there? Pretty tight fit. Plastic Man might have a tough time up in there. But the point is, they've got it pretty much done. They're working on the spire here. When they break it, you know how it works. You press here, you get this. Well, look, does this look like somebody chipping away with a little hand? No, this looks like a belt sander taking pieces out the size of the chair you're sitting on. Huge chunks of pink granite, one of the hardest stones in the world, just being ripped out. And they press too hard with whatever machine they've got here, and you know your physics. You get stress back here, and they popped it. They broke it. And they just said, whoops, we busted that one. And they just unhooked it and went somewhere else and left it for us to marvel at and wonder how they could have done it. But now let's go ahead and say they didn't bust it and they finished it. These primitive people now who managed somehow to do this. They finished it. It's ready to go. The hole, by the way, is about 15 feet deep. That's the top of it up there. But still, what's the first thing they've got to do? Somebody's got to draw straws to get down there with his hatchet and cut it loose from the bottom. Now, who's going to do that with 1,100 tons sitting on top of him? We could not get our best diamond-tipped blades to cut through underneath this thing. The weight would stop the blade. We could not, the operative word here is impossible. We could not get this out of here. And yet they did it time and time and time again. To lift it out, just if we could somehow cut it loose, we would have to take a dozen of our largest movable cranes to wring that hole just to get it up. You're being lied to, folks. That's the main thing you got to understand. You're being lied to. It's absolutely impossible for this one stone proves that none of the megaliths were made by those people in that era. And this, again, is not the biggest one. They have them in Baalbek twice that big. Okay? Next slide. All right. What we're told is that the Anunnaki came to Earth for this, gold. Mining gold. And that originally the story is they landed in ancient Sumer, but not 6,000 years ago, 400,000 years ago, 430,000 approximately to be exact. 400,000 years ago they land in modern-day Iraq, and they set up shop in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, and they call their home away from home, their home away from Nibiru, the Eden. You'll see a poster out there by my thing, Anunnaki over Eden. That's what that means. Because that poster is the Tigris River Valley that the symbol is rising above. That is where it was. That is where Eden was, according to them, and that comes down in the Bible as such. So they set up camp and they placer mined the gold out of those rivers. What do they need gold for? They needed to repair their atmosphere. And their rise to high technology, they had damaged that big, 3 times the size of Earth atmosphere, the same exact way we're damaging ours in our rise to high technology. And they ultimately had to repair it with very fine particulates of gold, like talcum powder, blown up into the stratosphere above it so it would ride above there and act as a reflector and an insulator from cosmic rays, which is, you see that on the masks of astronauts and in the capsule and all that. Gold is a wonderful stopper of cosmic rays. So that's what they had to repair it with. It's what we will have to repair it with. We'll have to do exactly the same thing when the day comes for us to have to face up to what we're doing to our planet. Okay? So they came, they placer mined out of the river, and all that is you put a tray in the water, you let the water sweep over, the water drops the gold into these cloth. Every few weeks you pick it up, and it's real easy. It's the way we do it now when we have the opportunity. But you tap out any stream system, ultimately, and they did. After about 150,000 years, they had tapped it out. And so they decided they were going to split themselves up and go where the mother lode of gold was on the planet Earth, which is what it is today, Southern Africa. So they divided themselves into the upper world, which remained the Eden, and the Abzu, which was the lower world, and you didn't want to go to the lower world because you had to get in the holes and dig the gold. And they didn't like it. So the Anunnaki revolted. They said, we don't want to do this. We want a slave to do this work for us. Plus, it was a hardship duty, mostly men. Why don't you make us some women while you're at it? So that's what they did. They decided to use the creatures of Earth, which would be the hominoids, and I say it would have been the Almas, the likeliest candidate. They took the creatures of Earth to get some of their genetic material to make the new slave better adapted physically to the planet than they were, but the slave would, for the most part, be like themselves. We shall make the Adamu, A-D-A-M-U, which comes down as Adam, and we shall make the Adamu in our own image, after our own likeness, which comes down word for word. And that is what they did. They made their slave inferior models of themselves. That's us, folks. That's us. We're really inferior models of the Anunnaki. And as you saw in the cylinder seal, we look like them. We look like, in their own image, after their own likeness. In all of the cylinder seals, we look just like them. We don't have the horns on our headgear. That's about it. We are them. That's why we're not adapted to this planet. That's why we're so obviously not a part of this planet. We have their bones. We don't have primate bones. We have their muscles. We don't have primate muscles. We have their skin. We don't have primate skin. We have their body pattern, their hair patterns on their body is ours. We have thickest on our front, thinnest on our back. Primates have thick on the back, thin on the front. We have their eyes, their poor night vision eyes. We have their foreheads. We have their brains. That's the key to this. We have their brains. That's why we're not like anything else on this planet. We are them. We are genetically engineered copies of them. Okay, next slide. Let's take a look at how that was done. Human body contains 100 trillion cells. There's a nucleus inside each human cell except red blood cells. Each nucleus contains 46 chromosomes arranged in 23 pairs. One chromosome of every pair is from each parent. The chromosomes are filled with tightly coiled strands of DNA. Genes are segments of DNA that contain instructions to make proteins, the building blocks of life. This is where genetic engineering takes place. Now, we're going to go over it lightly, but it's very important. I want you to understand these things that I'm going to tell you now. Okay, next slide. Don't worry about the details and how they do it. This is what they do. They can open up a cell, our genetic engineers can, our geneticists can. We can open up a cell, open up the nucleus, pull out strands of DNA, and in that strand, 98% of it will be what's called junk DNA. We don't know what it does. If it has a function, we don't know what it is. 2% will be what are called, prosaically enough, the working segments. They work. They do what they're supposed to do. They make the proteins. Now, if you cut in the junk above a working segment and in the junk below and remove it and have done the same with another strand of DNA over here, you can move anything into anything else. It can be animal into plant, plant into animal, fish into fowl. It does not matter, because all living things at the most fundamental level are exactly alike. Understand that. We're all made of the same 4 base pairs, the same 20 amino acids. Everything's the same at the most basic level. It's like it's pop beads that are interchangeable. It is almost as if somebody designed it that way so they could just mix and match the parts and make anything they wanted. Isn't it? Something to think about. Okay, but the problem with it from an engineering standpoint is this. You're not cutting with a blade. These are not precise cuts. The blade would have to be a few molecules thick. You're cutting with chemicals. Now, the chemicals can cut pretty accurately, but mistakes are going to happen. Something's going to ooze out where it doesn't belong. Something's going to splash over it where it doesn't belong. Mistakes are going to happen. Inevitable. We know that. We make mistakes all the time. Another problem with genetic engineering is you don't know what you're going to get when you do this. You can't predict. You have to decide what you're going to do. You have to do it. You have to let it express, which is live, and see what you get, and then use that to determine what you do the next time. And of course, the great fear in genetic engineering is somebody's going to make a mistake and create the Andromeda strain that's going to kill us all. A legitimate concern. Although everybody's very careful, and I'm not too worried about it. But mistakes do happen because all of this is so incredibly microscopic. It's out of the nucleus of your cells. Imagine how microscopic it is. But don't try to figure it out. I can't even figure it out. It's really complex. But they do it. Okay, understand that. Now, with that in mind, let's look at some of the proofs that I say indicate very clearly that we are, in fact, what the Sumerians say, a genetically engineered species by the Anunnaki. Next slide. Okay, here we go. The cerebral cortex is the deeply convoluted surface region of a brain that is most strongly linked to intelligence, lower right. It's the stained part out here. If you peel that off of the brain of a rat, it will cover a postage stamp. Peel it off of a monkey, it'll cover a postcard. Peel it off a chimp, it'll cover a sheet of typing paper. Peel it off of us, and it'll cover 4 sheets of typing paper. Now, you can see this is a transition. This is clearly a transformation. Now, there's some weird things about it. These guys are using all they've got. All they've got. We're using 1/2 of 1 page in a very different way than they are using what they have. 1/2 of 1 page. How do we know? We all know. We use about 10% of our brains. We know that from the studies done with idiot savants. You know that. And we know there are thousands of miles of neural network in our heads not being used. We don't know why. We don't know why. I'll tell you why. We shall make the atom who's strong but not too strong, smart but not too smart. They sealed it off genetically at the 10% mark or wherever it is. We don't know exactly where it is. But wherever it is, they sealed us off. You don't want your slave to be anywhere near as smart as you. You, in fact, want your slave to be so decidedly inferior to you that you never have to worry about treating it like a slave. So they engineered us to be really clever to ourselves, but for them, we were smart enough to talk, take instructions, act with a little bit of ingenuity and self-reliance, they could turn things over to us and kind of let us take over and do it. They gave us just enough to be wonderful in our own eyes, but be pond scum relative to them. It's what they did. So, it's pretty clear in as much as that, and now understand with the idiot savants, for those of you that don't know the proof about this, idiot savants get some beam of light in the damage to the good 10. They get some beam of light and it will strike somewhere in the other 90%. You all saw Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man, remember? Well, they get it in math, they get it in music, they get it in sculpture, art, whatever, wherever it strikes. Now, if there's just one, we could say, well, that's a freak of nature. But we've had lots of them, lots of them. So we know that all of this is out there. It's in our heads. We just can't access it. We just can't use it. But if it wasn't in our heads, it wouldn't be in their heads. So we know that it happened. They have no idea how. Well, I say that the Anunnaki did it deliberately, and that makes sense to me. Next slide. Okay, mitochondrial DNA, late 1980s, you might remember this. In humans, over 99.99% of a cell's DNA is packed into the cell nucleus, with a small amount occurring outside the nucleus in small structures called mitochondria. That's these babies right here. They're about 16,000 base pairs long. Now, when you have a mixing and a mating, the DNA in the nucleus mixes. But with the mitochondrial DNA, it does not. Sperm doesn't have mitochondrial, eggs do. And so females pass it down intact generation after generation. Well, when this was figured out in the 70s, boy, the botanist and the geneticist said, great. Now we can go and find out if the split from the common ancestor was closer to 8 million years or closer to 5 million years. Remember that? We're going to now pin it down. It's going to be one or the other. We're going to figure it out. So they went out and they took the mitochondrial DNA of women all around the world, every race, every creed, every culture, every country, and they brought them back to the lab and they started working on them. And when the answers came in the late 1980s, it was not 8 million years ago. It wasn't 5 million years ago. It was way the heck down to 200 to 250,000 years ago, and that's all. We don't exist genetically beyond 200 to 250,000 years. And of course, needless to say, the anthropologist said, you guys are nuts. We've got these skulls showing, these bodies showing, these prehumans showing that we go back millions of years. What's the matter with you? And the geneticist said, we couldn't have been wrong that many times. Impossible. We'll do it again. And they have. They've done it. It always comes out the same. Outside 250,000 years ago. That's it. We're brand spanking new. Brand new on this planet. Now, there's still a lot of people, there's still a lot of people that will not accept that. A lot of people that will not accept that. But it is true, and it is becoming more and more acceptable, for as outrageous as it is. Now, not only do we know when we were created, we know where. Where? Because the oldest of us consistently kept coming in Southern Africa. Next slide. And in fact, the cover of Newsweek in 1987 showed that if in fact there was an Adam and Eve, they were black. They would have to have been black. But of course, they knew the flack they were going to catch in the South, at least, so they made the blacks look as white as they could. This guy looks almost as white as OJ, doesn't he? But the point is, in trying to have it both ways, they caught it coming and going, because you can imagine the letters to the editor after this issue. But the point is, it tells the truth. The oldest of us do come from Southern Africa, and we definitely are 200 to 250,000 years old. And guess what else? That is just what the Sumerians say about us. That the Anunnaki created us around 200 to 250,000 years ago in Southern Africa to dig their gold. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Okay, next slide. Okay, what happens when a creature is born in the wild, severely screwed up physically? What happens to it? Dies, right? Parents will kill it. It will not put that defect into the gene pool. You're looking at the great exception. You're looking at 28 of our most severe genetic defects, but we have 4,000 and counting. 4,000 and counting. Now, we're only 200, 250,000 years old. We shouldn't have one. We've got 4,000 and counting. How did it happen? Cutting and splicing process mistakes. Cutting and splicing, oops, made a mistake. Cutting, splicing, oops, made a mistake. They don't care. They're making a slave. They're not going to fix the mistakes. What do they care if it's 1 in 100 dies from the problems? If it's 1 in 10, they don't care. They're making a mistake. I mean, they're making a slave. But they know the numbers, like we have found out the hard way. If you let the population propagate naturally, those numbers go way down for each person. Right now, as we sit here, we average about 50 of the 4,000, each of us. And we have a mating with our mate. If we share any of those 50, then each of our offspring will have a 1 in 4 chance of expressing it. That's why you'll get mongoloids in the best of families, mongoloids in the lowest of families, and all around the world. And that's what genetic defects are. In the wild, you will get 2-headed calves and 6-legged goats. That's a sperm-egg misconnect. That's not something that you see steadily on and on. A little gem like spina bifida, which is not going to let you live to adulthood, nor is it going to let you reproduce if you do. What's that doing in a gene pool? It was all put there, folks. Put there. No question. Next slide. Okay, here we go with the chromosome match. It's kind of hard to see comparison, rather. Humans, chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans right here. And you see how similar they are. And as we know that between humans and chimpanzees, there's 99% similarity in the DNA and 98% with gorillas. And it's like, oh, well, then that we're just kissing cousins. That's as close as you can be. We're almost the same thing. Well, not really, because we're talking about a 3 billion base pair genome. 1%, that's 30 million base pairs. That's a couple thousand strands of DNA. If you know what you're doing, that's a lot of change. But also understand that all higher animals, and never say this, share 50% and up. Squirrel, 50% and up. You see, so it isn't quite as astounding as it seems. But what we're looking at here is the Anunnaki have got themselves a real problem, And that problem is this. They come to Earth and they decide they're going to make the slave. They decide we're going to use this creature of Earth, let's say it was an Alma. They test the blood, and what do they find? First thing, big problem, 48 chromosomes. All primates have 48 chromosomes. But they, the Anunnaki, have only 46 chromosomes. How do we know that? Because we have 46 chromosomes. We descend from primates, and yet somehow we lose 2 whole chromosomes. That's an awful lot of DNA. And somehow we're so much better than them. Well, they have 68 or something like that relative to them. But we don't. We have 46. So we know this was the result of the genetic engineering, and they had a problem. The Anunnaki did. What could they do? They had to, how it works. There's 24 in sperm and egg, 23 sperm and egg. So you got to get the sperm and the egg to match up, one or the other, 23 or 24. Can you take out a chromosome from the creature of Earth, the 24, and still have a creature of Earth? No. Can you add a chromosome to yourself and still have an Anunnaki? Go up to 24 from 23? No. You got a real problem. It's an insoluble problem. And you need that because you got to get the first hybrid to get in the game of the genetic engineering. You got to get something alive that is a blending of you two to begin to work on it. So what can you do? How can you solve that problem? There's only one way, and boy, is it smart. You go in and you look and you compare the chromosomes, and you find 2 that can be fused and will take up 1 space but maintain the integrity of all the chromosomal material. You find a spot where you can fuse 2 to make 1, and now you've got all the material but taken up 1 place, and now you're ready to rock and roll. You with me? All right, let's look at the number 2 chromosome close up. They just went to the second one. They just looked down the row and they said, okay, this will work. Orangutan, 2 and 3. Gorilla, 2 and 3. Chimp, 2 and 3. Human. Uh-oh. Fusion. How long do you think it would take Mother Nature to do this? There's no clearer proof that we're genetically engineered just like they say we are. Next slide. And so, I think it's fair to say that everything we know is wrong, at least about human origins, that we were given life by the gods with a small g through the equivalent of a test tube, and that we were the hair-covered hominoids, and that our humanity emerged from that. Now, this is where I normally end it, and they tell me I'm running out of time, so I want to get to the new thing that I want to share with you. Oh, no, oh, here it is. Because this is really exciting to me. On the 12th of this month, which was just recently, I received an email from a person who wants to remain anonymous. And this is what he said to me. He is a geneticist, a full-blown geneticist. And he says, "Dear Mr. Pi, I agree with your conclusions and will give you a few hints, if you wish, as a DNA deep throat. First, look up the huge discontinuities between man and the various apes for whole mitochondrial DNA, genes for the Rh factor, and human Y chromosomes, among others. Regarding number 3, the chromosomes, I refer you to K.D. Smith's 1987 study titled Repeated DNA Sequences of the Human Y Chromosome. It says most human Y chromosome sequences so far examined do not have homologs, which are similar sequences, on the Y chromosomes of other primates. Human female DNA does look somewhat ape-like, but not the male Y. This means that if we are a crossbred hybrid species, as you contend, meaning me, the cross had to be between a female ape-like creature, a creature of the earth, as the Sumerians said, and a male person from elsewhere, as I also contend." He goes on to say, "What the evolutionists do is find certain genes which look very similar between man and ape, then they make a tree of descent while ignoring those huge impassable abysses of difference elsewhere. Also, by certain methods of DNA dating, one can tell that numerous genes have been recently added to the human genome. If workers in my field were to say such things openly, we would be ostracized, as I also contend, and forced to live in a tent. Any work along these lines would be rejected without any form of appeal. So what can we do? Sincerely, DNA Deep Throat." Now, what this means, thank you, what this means is we win. We win. Because where one of these came from, more of these are going to come. As my profile rises higher, and I think, frankly, that I'm the only person out here pushing this genetic stuff that you're seeing like this, more of these are going to come my way. We're going to win. You've seen the evidence. Now, right now, we're getting our brains kicked out. We are getting our brains kicked out. That's why we're called the fringe. And the reason is we keep mounting these frontal attacks on the establishments. And every film that we produce, every photograph, every sighting, every testimony, every capture, every encounter that we have, and we throw at them with the best intentions. Our word is truth, is it not? Our word is, it's true. It's true. And their word is what? Liar. Liar. They dress it up. They say, well, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're seeing. You made a mistake. It was swamp gas, whatever. They're basically standing there and saying, you're just a bunch of liars. We're right and you're wrong. And because it is our word against their word, our word truth, their word liar, their word wins. Day in, day out, year after year. It's very frustrating, is it not? Boy, it just annoys the heck out of me. But what this means is we're going to win in the end. Why? Because the genes say so. The genes back us up. And right now, this is not a field that you're very familiar with. And I've worked very hard to make this very simplistic so you could understand at least the fundamentals, and it's the same in my book. You need to be aware of this is because this is the back door, kids. This is the back. We're not going to storm them from the front. We've been doing it for years. They know how to deal with us. Our word against them, we're going to lose. But in this instance, the genetic end of it, what is it? It's their word against them. It's their research against them. They're going to lose. We're going to beat them with the genetic evidence. We got to beat them. We will beat them. We know we're right. We know they're wrong. They know they're wrong. They know they're wrong. We just have to get mentally tough and accept that this is a war. This is a fight. This is not, gentlemen, Marquis de Queensberry rules. This is a dog fight. This is a knife fight. And you all have got to get out there and proselytize. You have to familiarize yourself with these basics at least. And instead of throwing things at them that are going to bounce off like BBs off a barn door, you got to start throwing some darts. This stuff will do it. This will do it. We can win. We're going to win. Thank you.
All right, that was Lloyd Pye. Lloyd Pye, a legend. He's gone far too soon. May his soul be resting in peace. They killed him the same way they killed Hugo Chavez with that CIA cancer or accelerated cancer, whatever it was. Absolute travesty. He is a martyr to truth and humanity. And, you know, his last words there were, we are going to get them with the genetics and the DNA. And he's right. Here it is. And it's all coming out now with the Neanderthals and the Devonians, and that there's, you know, no denying it. They're elongated skull folk. They're giants. They're, you know, they're definitely not Homo sapien. That's for darn sure. And you know, it just, you have to use your discernment. And what are these guys? You know, they're clearly not human. Were they part alien? Were they the Nephilim, the so-called Nephilim hybrids between humans and the demigods, the giants? It's quite possible. And we will now listen to the second part of today's stream in Forbidden Archaeology, Anthropology, and that is Brien Forster. Elongated skulls of Peru, the Nazca Paracas skulls. Oops. Oh, sorry. This is the second part. First part, here we go. Yes. Now, please do let me know how the sound is.
Okay, now we're going to look at the phenomenon of elongated skulls, located at different locations around the world and at different times, but the commonality is cranial deformation was a process that was done amongst the elite of different societies, most commonly about 2,000 years ago. My major focus is on the elongated skulls found in Peru and Bolivia at different locations. But along with David Hatcher Childress, we also studied the basic concept of cranial deformation that was found in different societies. And as well, we're going to look at Akhenaten, the so-called heretic pharaoh, who in his art had depictions, especially of his daughters, as having had elongated skulls. And the question is why? And the most recent work is my work about the Paracas people of the coast of Peru. And what I found out is that, yes, they did perform cranial deformation somewhere between 3,000 and 2,000 years ago. But there is a lot of evidence that the original Paracas people were born with elongated skulls. It's thanks to meeting this man, Senior Juan Navarro of the Paracas History Museum, that I saw my first elongated skulls for the very first time. And this, coming from a medicine biological background, caused my curiosity to be heightened when I actually got to see them in person. It's one thing to see them on television or to see photographs, but to physically be in the presence of them caused me to look through the academic records, and the responses and answers I got from academia were quite unsatisfactory. So here we have Senior Juan holding the skull of an 18 to 20-month-old Paracas baby. So notice the size of the skull, and also notice that it has cinnamon-colored hair. We found out that the cinnamon color of hair is genetic and not the result of aging or oxidation or anything like that. So that characteristic by itself makes the ancient Paracas something to be studied. And basically, I'm the only one doing it. Academics insist that all of this was the result of cranial deformation and nothing else. But you're going to see biological and medical evidence that the phenomenon is far more complex than what most academics state. So here, for example, we see the standard practices of how cranial deformation was done. In this case, it's called cradle headboarding. And this was done very soon after a child was born, again, of the nobility. And it was a way over the course of time to be able to tell the difference between someone of common heritage and someone of noble heritage. So this was done, cradle headboarding, by many different cultures. Here on the left-hand side, up until recently, native people of the Ucayali region of the Amazon of Peru performed cranial deformation. In the middle is a lady from the west coast of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada, from the late 19th century. And on the right-hand side, people literally called the Flathead Indians. But we also see this phenomena in other parts of the world. So here we have different depictions of how cranial deformation or head binding was done, in this case by the Inca people of Peru. And once again, another form of cranial deformation or head binding. But what's curious is that the one on the left is from the Paracas culture. And that shape and size cannot be achieved by head binding. The volume of the skull is larger, and that is not something you can get through manipulation of the skull. You can't increase the volume of the skull. So in many different parts of the world, we have the mound builders of the United States. We have the megalithic builders of Europe. Elongated skulls have also been found at Stonehenge. The Andean people of South America, the Maya, the Huns of Eurasia, the Melanesians. But the question is there a commonality to all of this? Or was there independent development of this form of altering the shape of a skull to distinguish between nobility and the common people? So the first subject we're going to actually cover in more detail is in Egypt, and more specifically, Akhenaten and the Amarna period, which is the 18th dynasty. So it's thanks to these two men, Abdel-Hakim Awian on the left and Stephen Mailer on the right, that I began to study Akhenaten and why he depicted himself in some cases and his children more generally as having elongated heads. So this is a classic original sculpture of Akhenaten. You can see that in some way he's portrayed as having an elongated head. Supposedly, he was not an arrogant pharaoh, though most of them were. And when his sculptors were to depict him in sculpture, he simply said, "Portray me the way I am." And the great difference between him and someone like Ramses is that Ramses II wanted to be portrayed as the perfect human, but Akhenaten, seemingly not having an ego, just said, portray me as to what I look like. And that makes him very different in the history of ancient Egypt. So here we have two depictions. We have Akhenaten on the left, and we have Nefertiti, his wife, on the right. Notice that both of the busts are damaged because the Amen priesthood, who were in control of ancient Egypt, absolutely hated Akhenaten. And it's quite probable that Akhenaten and Nefertiti and the 6 daughters were murdered by the Amarna priesthood, or sorry, by the Amen priesthood in order to wipe his existence from history. We do know his genealogy. We do know that his father was Amenhotep III, and that Akhenaten was born with the name Amenhotep IV. And that probably means he who worships Amen. But the difference between Akhenaten and his predecessors is that Akhenaten did not like the control of the Amen priesthood, and that's why he changed his name or title to Akhenaten, which means the shade of Aten, which literally means the re-arising of Aten, which is an earlier time period. So here is a full sculpture of him. You notice he's shown with a pot belly and also with almost woman-like torso. Some people think he was androgynous. It is possible that he suffered from some kind of disease which caused him to look less than masculine. And what some doctors state is that he likely suffered from what is called Marfan syndrome, which causes distortion in the development of the skeleton. But we have no specific evidence of that because his mummy was never found. However, he was a disciple of the ancient mystery schools of Egypt, and what he knew was that prior to the time of Amen, which is more or less the dynastic period of Egypt, starting about, say, 2500 BC, up until more or less the time of Cleopatra, that there was an earlier age, and that age was called Aten, and that meant the time of full enlightenment. And so being immersed in the mystery schools, what Akhenaten tried to do was bring back full consciousness from the time of Aten. And so that's why the symbol of Aten is the sun. Most people will think that the name of the sun in ancient Egypt was Ra, but that in fact was only one of 5 stages of the sun. So here again, we have a depiction of the time period of Akhenaten. Notice the damage to the surface of this carving. Again, it was a way for the Amen priesthood to try to eradicate Akhenaten from the historical record. And that's why it's only somewhere in probably the 19th century that artifacts of Akhenaten were found by archaeologists. Before that, most were destroyed or found buried underground. And he was a very radical pharaoh. For example, he moved the capital city of ancient Egypt from Thebes to a remote location called Akhenaten, which means the dawn of Aten. And presently it's known as Amarna. And that's where he built a massive city in the course of not too many years. So he built this massive central city complex, and he left the Amen priesthood back in Thebes. They lost their jobs because he had moved the administrative center from Thebes to this new location. And present day, this is what Amarna looks like. Basically, nothing was left. The priests of the Amen period, they let him dwell in Amarna for a certain amount of time, but then they decided to take the power back. They wanted full administrative, religious and financial control of ancient Egypt, and Akhenaten was in their way. So he not only eradicated the royal family, he eradicated the city itself. And it was lost to history until Egyptologists rediscovered this location. These beautiful columns, or what's left of them, are in fact made of fiberglass. So they were reconstructed in order to see what Amarna looked like during the time of Akhenaten. And here, this is Stephen Mailer worshiping the memory of Akhenaten, because in between his two hands is where the sun rises on winter solstice. And what that does is that recreates the return of the sun and also the return of the time of Aten. And that is why Akhenaten chose this location. He didn't just say randomly, oh, let's build the city here. He knew that there was an ancient center at Amarna, and so he wanted not only to, in a spiritual way, bring back the ancient time of Aten, but he wanted to do it in a location that existed in pre-dynastic times. So we decided to climb up into the hills at Amarna, and what we found after unlocking some of the gates was that there is a complex of tunnels and chambers carved into the bedrock at Amarna, and this is what was found by Akhenaten through the ancient mystery school knowledge. So this, for example, is a chamber cut into the solid limestone bedrock. It's not that limestone is all that hard, but you're talking about 2 and sometimes 3 levels in the bedrock and underground. That would be a very difficult achievement during the time of the dynastic Egyptians, when they generally had bronze tools. And so what we're seeing is pre-dynastic work done using high technology of times past, rediscovered by Akhenaten and reoccupied. Then we have, again, the depictions. Here, you see that symbolically Akhenaten and Nefertiti are wearing very large cone-shaped hats. Is it that he's intimating that his ancestors, or in fact himself, had elongated heads? And this is more shown by his daughters. Here we have physical depictions of elongated heads, not simply flattened heads, but heads with a cranial volume larger than normal. But all we have is the art. We don't have the skulls themselves. And this is another depiction. You can see the shape is swept back like that. It's symbolic, but what does it symbolize? I think what it represents is the fact that Akhenaten is trying to tell us that his lineage and that of his daughters comes from a very different genetic bloodline, possibly directly back to Osiris himself, who is depicted as having an elongated head, the so-called ancient gods of pre-dynastic Egypt. And then curiously, we have a reconstruction of Tutankhamun. Now, Tutankhamun was probably not Akhenaten's son. It was more likely that he was a nephew. But if you look at this reconstruction, his cerebellum in the back is extended or distended, and he has this dip shape in the top of his head. So this could be a genetic characteristic of the royal bloodline of Akhenaten and his family. Then this is what's left of his sarcophagus, made of granite and almost completely destroyed. So much was the hatred of the ancient priests of Egypt to Akhenaten, they destroyed every artifact they could find that had his cartouche or depiction on it. And then we move to Peru. And in Peru, we find many different shapes of elongated heads, not simply the shape like that of Akhenaten, but this photograph shows you the back room of one of the museums, and here you can see different shapes of elongated skulls. And what's very curious is that basically all of them are found along this line, which says the Kapak Nyan, which means the Royal Road. And it's along this line we find almost all of the ancient megalithic structures in Peru. So there's a direct relationship between megalithic structures and elongated skulls. So from this shape and this Kapak Nyan line of megaliths and elongated skulls, we go to this more complex description or design. And if we take what's called the Andean cross and superimpose it on the landscape of this part of Peru, we see that all the megalithic structures are along this one line, but then other oddities and anomalies are also located on different angled lines. And one of them points to the coastal area of Paracas. Now, many different cultures in ancient Peru had elongated skulls. The oldest ones are found in the Chinchorro culture that was located in northern Chile. And here we have a depiction, and actually an actual photograph, of an elongated skull of the Chinchorro. This could be as much as 6,000 to 8,000 years old. These people were mummifying their dead before the time of the dynastic Egyptians. And then the skulls get even stranger. This is another Chinchorro skull. Notice the protrusion on the forehead, the rounded nature of the back of the skull. So this could actually be a naturally elongated skull. The cranial volume appears to be at least slightly larger than normal. And then as we proceed up this Kapak Nyan, which is also called the Path of Viracocha, we reach this ancient volcano. And located behind the volcano are tombs of people with elongated skulls. Not profoundly elongated, but cranially deformed. And here again, another depiction. The volume of the skull is not larger than normal, but you can see the flattening of the back of the skull and the forehead showing cranial deformation. Then the farther we go, we come to Cerro Potosí, which was an incredible silver mine. The entire mountain was made of silver, more or less. And here again, in the ancient tombs, we find elongated skulls. Now, what's curious here is the one on the right is cranial deformation. You see the flattening of the back of the skull and the flattening of the forehead, but the one on the left-hand side was about a 2-year-old baby. And you can see that the volume of the skull is quite a bit larger, at least 50% larger than a normal human head. And then the farther to the northwest we go, we come to the one Karani culture. They existed around 2000 BC. And again, you can see the size of the skull is larger than normal and very complex in design. Next, still following this path, this Kapak Nyan, we get to what's called Tiwanaku. And Tiwanaku is an enigmatic site close to Lake Titicaca. And there again, we find elongated skulls. So once again, the correlation between megalithic sites, this path, and also elongated skulls. This one as well was larger than normal and likely somewhere in the region of 2,000 to 3,000 years old. Further along, we get to Lake Titicaca and the Island of the Sun. This is what's left of a megalithic site. And here as well, we find elongated skulls. Once again, most likely cranial deformation, but in this same area, This 2-year-old skull was found with a cranial volume larger than normal. And so this could be our first candidate of an ancient person born with an elongated skull. Then another megalithic site called Silustani, located at Lake Titicaca. This tower is said to have been made by the Inca civilization, but in fact, the Inca did not have the technology to construct this, so they simply inherited it and adapted it for their own use. And here we find cranial deformation. Nothing too strange, but distinguishing between the nobility and the common people. And as well, at Arequipa in Peru, elongated skulls have been found. And next, now it gets incredibly curious, because we're still along this energetic path, and here, close to Cusco, are the remains of this mummified so-called baby that theoretically died at 2 years old 800 years ago. Its skull is the size of its torso. So there's no way that this is cranial deformation. This is genetics. Again, the skull, the size of the torso. And this depicts that, as you can see. You can also see the neck is longer than normal. And this baby, called Waiki, has one set of ribs fewer than what we have. Now, when we look at the top of the skull, this is called the fontanelle. And the fontanelle normally closes by 2 years of age. But this is where other genetic anomalies come into play with the Waiki skeleton. Look at the skull, look at the face. The eye sockets are larger than normal, and they're vertically longer. So that is not the depiction of a normal human baby. As well, it has permanent molars. So a so-called 2-year-old baby has the molars of a 10 or 12-year-old. So what I'm starting to insinuate is this is not Homo sapiens sapiens. In the same cemetery, which was a royal cemetery near Cusco, this 15-year-old was found. And this is a reconstruction on top of an actual human skull. She was of nobility. And again, look at the shape and complexity of the skull. Now we're in the city of Cusco, and these are supposedly from the Inca time period, but they have not been radiocarbon or carbon-14 tested, so we don't know what age they are. But the cranial volume is at least slightly larger than normal, and we're going to start to see that some of the sutures present in the skull are missing. So here, for example, a 1 or 2-year-old baby, theoretically from the Inca time period, the head is larger than normal in terms of cranial volume. It too was found in a royal cemetery, so this was a baby of nobility. Then when we get to the vast archaeological complex of Ollantaytambo in the Sacred Valley of Peru, nearby a royal cemetery, and here you can easily tell the difference between a very large elongated skull on the right with the forehead protuberance, and then some normal-looking skulls on the left, but the one on the left closest to the right in that group is quite a bit larger than the others. And as we visit more and more obscure little museums in the highlands of Peru, again, anomalous skulls show up. Oops, sorry. So here, for example, we have maybe a 1-year-old baby. However, the fontanelle on top of the skull is closed. The suture, which is supposed to be going back this way, is missing, and it has this protuberance on its forehead. So again, another skull which is anomalous. And at the ancient site of Wadi, which is megalithic in the highlands of Peru, these large basalt slabs were not created by the Wadi culture. They were found by the Wadi culture and incorporated into their construction. And from this location, other anomalous skulls have been found, especially the one in the middle. You also notice that brain surgery has been done, and that we find commonly as well in association with the elongated skulls. It's a very complex subject, but we'll get into that. And at another nearby museum, more examples of elongated skulls. Whether they're from the Wadi civilization, which is the one that preceded the Inca or not, again, no carbon-14 testing, so we can't tell yet. But now we start to move into the focus culture, and that's the ancient Paracas that existed between 3,000 and 2,000 years ago. In a very obscure little museum, these three mummies were on display, but are now back in storage. And the reason for that will be quite obvious. Look at this mummified baby, supposedly 5 years old at the time of death. The head is the size of the torso. So this is not an example of cranial deformation. This is genetics. And this is just to focus on the shape of the head. The back, you can see, is rounded, and it's very complex in terms of curvature. So again, I'm stating that this individual was born with an elongated head and genetically was not Homo sapiens sapiens. Then, as we get to the coast of Peru itself, the skull on the left is the most famous elongated skull in the world, and it is from the Paracas culture. Some people have labeled it as being Nephilim, others as Anunnaki, even others as alien-human hybrid, and even others as being alien. But you can't tell that unless you actually do DNA testing, which fortunately we were able to do. So in the Little Paracas Museum in Paracas, Peru, we have a collection of 45 different elongated skulls of the nobility of the ancient Paracas people. Now, Paracas is located 3.5 hours drive south of the capital city of Lima, and it is the largest natural bay on the coast of Peru. And this is evidence, possibly, that these people did not originate on the coast of Peru, but actually migrated there from somewhere else. And these are some of the clues. For example, totora reed, which grows in Lake Titicaca, also grows on the coast of Peru. It's indigenous. And with that reed, you can build not simply a canoe, but you could build an ocean-going ship as much as 150 feet long if you wanted to. It just means that you use more and more reed to build a larger and larger craft. Also, cotton is indigenous to the coast of Peru, so sails could have been made out of cotton. And then you had a major sea-going craft. Because what we find in the archaeological record are spondulus shells. And spondulus shells are only found off the coast of Ecuador to the north of Peru. So it's highly unlikely that the spondulus was traded through people walking paths, but far more likely that the Paracas themselves sailed north to Ecuador using these totora craft, because the prevailing winds 80% of the time are from the south to the north, and then 20% of the time from the north back to the south again. And another clue into this is there is a 500-foot tall geoglyph called the Candelabro located at Paracas Bay. And it looks like it's a navigational marker. It can only be seen from the sky or from the sea. And behind it rises the Southern Cross, which is a major instrument of ancient navigators. And it is the beginning of what is called the Nazca geoglyph and line system. The geoglyphs and lines are not simply located in Nazca, but extend from Paracas 160 miles south to Nazca. And now we're going to get into the actual skulls of Paracas themselves and their physical abnormalities. So this is an example of one of the nobility of the Paracas, and the shape is very complicated, and it is completely mummified, including having genetically red hair. So if you have genetically red hair, it's quite likely that you also have lighter colored skin than normal Native Americans, and you could also have had green or blue eyes. These are not the characteristics of indigenous people of Peru from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, because theoretically, outside genetics, as in European contribution to the genetic landscape, didn't happen until the arrival of the Spanish in about 1532 AD. And then we have a different design of skull. You see the back of this one is rounded. And so this was another class of nobility. It's quite possible that you had genetic variation in the ancient population here, and contrast those two with this shape. This is near the end of the time of the Paracas people. You see the flattening of the forehead and the flattening of the back of the skull. So this is where normal people, normal Homo sapiens sapiens, started to influence the design of the latter part of the Paracas period. And now the most dramatic example. Contrast this shape with that. So here we have cranial deformation, and here I believe this is a natural elongated head of the ancient Paracas people of Peru. Now we can contrast this design on the right with that of the left. That of the left is normal Homo sapiens sapiens. That on the right is vastly different. And then we start to look in finer detail. Here, the suture structure of Homo sapiens sapiens. You have these two suture lines, the coronal coming across, and then the parietal coming backwards this way. Every Homo sapiens sapiens that we know of has that suture structure. But when we look at the elongated skulls of Paracas, the sagittal suture running this way is simply missing. And medical professionals can't explain why that is. Then as well, on the front of the skull, we have what are called foramen. So in our lower jaw or mandible, we have mental foramen, and then there are others located on our face. That is where blood and nerve flow come out in order to feed nutrients, blood, oxygen, etc., to the front of the face, because it's quite far away from the actual circulatory system in your neck. But what's curious about the Paracas ones is they have these foramen in the back of the skull. We don't have that. And so what that's telling us is that there's a relationship between...
Sorry, I just wanted to pause it there and interject for a minute that Brien Forster here does just a ridiculously awesome job of dissecting the what's the right, we're not like the blood biology, the kinesietics, kinesia, is that the right word? Like just the actual physical bone structure and biology of the differences of the two different species of hominids here, and that they're completely different species, undeniably. Like, lists off at least 10 to 15, maybe even 20 separate distinct difference, like structural differences between the two skulls, and it's just it's undeniable. And that he actually finally gets the genetic DNA testing results back, and there's several updates, and that's the video that I'm going to be playing next. Oh, you do, Miss Jill, and welcome back. Good to see you, and please do share, and would love to add it in. Well, we can always make the next ones, right? That's what it's all about. Descendant from a long skull, right? Well, I think we have, it's like 3% Devonian, 3% Neanderthal in us as it is. So really, we're all descendants of these and have a little bit of us in them. So that alone, I think, has to add up for something. And that, yeah, we're all a little Devonian, elongated, Neanderthal cave dwellers, right? The cave dwellers, they try to say. And well, let's get back to finishing Brien Foster's Forster's presentation here. The first one followed by the second one, which is just next level stuff. Where's the, yes, this one here. Okay, we shall continue.
The elongated skull and the path of nerve and blood flow. So that again is a genetic characteristic. Then also this extension down here.
Jim Dillinger, I don't doubt that at all. It might still even be happening to this day. Hopefully that is not the case. I hope it is not that nasty of a world, and that there aren't these reptilian as well as elongated giant cannibals living below us and in the dark caves and underworld. That would be really, really shitty and sketchy. But I can't help but always remember there was like this time travel or time something movie. It was like French, like medieval English. I forget. But Giovio Carleone, 12:12 a.m. Good to see you, Ross. So this was 2000, right before, yeah. I do believe we're going to be listening. I'm going to also play after, as a Brucey bonus, after the Brien Forster, Daniel Foster. You're messing me up trying to say Brien Forster at the same time. Anyways, the yesterday's interview of Leak Project, Rex Bear, and oh dear, I forget the rogue archaeologist, he calls them, but they were talking about the Nephilim, and that there were this rogue archaeologist got access to a FOIA request to the Pentagon that showed that there was request by the Pentagon to identify where the Nephilim were buried in Iraq and stuff regarding that. It's quite a fascinating conversation. So we will be playing that as well. Anywho, enough of me rambling on. We shall continue with the amazing Brien Forster's presentations here. There's about 20 minutes left in this one, and then another 35-minute update one after that, with all of the actual results of the genetic coding and results from their tests. Right? Scary. All right, good. I hope there aren't 2 or 3 species of cannibalistic humanoid.
Here is for the attachment of muscles. So this is what it looks like in a normal human skull. And in the Paracas, it's quite a bit larger. So that would mean muscle attachment, because of the shape and design of the elongated skull, was more complicated in the ancient Paracas people. Then we look at what's called the foramen magnum, and that is where your spinal column and circulatory system enters the bottom of your skull. As you can see, it's right in the center of balance in your skull, but with the Paracas, it's 2.5 centimeters or 1 inch back. So that is a genetic characteristic. And here we'll do a comparison between a normal skull on the right and 2 of the Paracas on the left. You'll also notice that the actual foramen magnum is much smaller, much narrower in the Paracas, and this indicates that their necks were longer than normal. And this is just another example of that. Also, blood testing has been done of 14 ancient Paracas. And in the literature, what it states is all native people who were and are full-blooded in Peru had or have solely 100% blood type O. But when studies were done in the 1970s,
I paused it once more, and then I will stop interrupting, because this right here is extremely fascinating and interesting stuff, and pretty much destroys the entire narrative. And after this full presentation, I'm going to give my thoughts on it and what this truly does prove. And kudos to Brien Forster for bringing this forward and getting it all done. And also he states that, oh goodness, L.A. Marzullo, is it? Is another key player or person that worked in getting the blood test or the bone test, DNA tests done and verified and through, as well as Lloyd Pye and Brien Forster originally working together before the passing of Lloyd.
Of 14 different individuals based on blood taken from cloth from ancient tombs. 28.6% of the individuals were blood type A, 6.1% blood type B, 12.2% blood type AB, and only 53% blood type O. So that means a complex mixing of genetics on the coast of Peru long before the presence, supposedly, of any Europeans or any outsiders. We've also recently figured out that the end of the Paracas was caused by genocide. Some people moved in from the north, and they obliterated or tried to obliterate the royal bloodline of the Paracas people and take over their land. So this, what you're seeing, is a killing.
Sorry for talking over top of him. He's saying that all these elongated skull people were hunted down and genocided, and that when they originally showed up in Paracas, it seemed that they were fleeing from the Crimea area around 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, and that they were being genocided there as well. Could this have been what the Crusades were, what then the Catholic Church, the Jesuits, and the Spanish Inquisition into the Americas were to actually find the rest of these demigods and Nephilim bloodlines, hunt them down, and assassinate them? This is quite a possibility.
Field, all of these skulls were elongated, all the result of cranial deformation, so at the latter end of the Paracas period, and all having evidence of blows to the head, and the bones are simply scattered. The royal people of the Paracas would have been buried in a very careful manner. These were simply dumped in a pile and buried in a shallow nature. We also know that the famous astronaut of the Nazca system was created by the Paracas people long before the presence of the Nazca people. And as well, in between Paracas and Nazca, there's an area called Palpa. And there we find more than 1,000 geoglyphs created by the Paracas people. So most people know about the Nazca figures such as the hummingbird and the spider. They were created by the Nazca to the southeast in Nazca proper, but in between we have these smaller but numerous geoglyphs, very complex in design, of the ancient Paracas people. As well, hidden in the deserts of the Nazca area, the largest ceremonial city in the world, created by the Paracas people. It was called Cahuachi, and it was inherited or taken over by the Nazca after the demise of the Paracas. And unfortunately for the Nazca people, they were not very good at agriculture, and that combined with climate change in the area caused them to have to abandon.
They weren't very good at agriculture. Why? Because these were the king ruling folk, the demigod Nephilims that ruled, that fled when being overthrown and leaving Crimea. Crimea being Little Tartary. And were these the original Tartarians, possibly, the elongated skull folk and giants? Maybe it is. Much love, Frankie, New West Reset, and shout out to New West Reset. Everybody make sure to go subscribe to Frankie if you are not. New West Reset, my fellow Calgarian, Tartarian. And, right, like, were these the Nephilims that were they bad or were they good? I don't know, but it seems that we exterminated them all, or the Vatican exterminated them all, or the Vatican maybe rescued them all, or maybe the Vatican is the remaining of them. And but what Brian's saying here, the fact that they weren't very good at agriculture, yet they were more advanced in all these other ways. And I suspect, and this is part of my theory from what Brian's saying here, is that indeed that if it was 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, or maybe it was like 500 or 600, 700 sometime, regardless, like but let's say it was Brian's timeline of 2,000 to 3,000 years that they fled from Crimea and came to Paracas there and tried to settle and live, and that they were overthrown at the time of Rome's initial rise, right? So right after the ancient Greeks and the Persian Empire and the Celtics and the ancient Egyptians, Mesoamericans, and Mesopotamia, Babylonia, the Darwa Valley, all the ancient, and Tartarian as well, Etruscan, all the most advanced ancient times ended right when Rome came to power, and at the time that these elongated were overthrown, hunted, and had to flee across to Paracas, South America, and they were the royalty. They would have had the peasants doing all the farming for them, and that is why they didn't know how to do it themselves.
In the Nazca area around 600 AD. And we know also that what they did in desperation is that they unearthed the older Paracas noble skulls and used them for divination. They cried back to them, asking for them to bring rain in a desperate attempt to survive. So we have other artifacts such as this made by the Paracas depicting elongated heads. And here we have a classic Paracas elongated skull with the genetic red hair. Hair experts who have studied the hair of the Paracas say it is much more Caucasian in character than it is Native American, and that the color is genetically dark red. Also contrast the baby Paracas, which was 18 to 20 months old on the right, with a 1-year-old normal Homo sapiens sapiens on the left of about 1-year-old. Look at the different shape and the different size of the skulls, the difference in the eye sockets, etc. And even their god, who was called Khan, is depicted as having red hair. And in the ancient cemeteries, many different examples of the genetic red hair can be found to this day, and in some cases, blonde hair. Once again, through time, through oxidation, etc., black hair cannot become red or blonde. So this is another genetic distinction. And now what's important is to get into the actual DNA analysis. So in terms of standard migration, supposedly all of the ancient Peruvians from pre-Columbian times, their ancestry comes from haplogroup B. And the source of that is Southeast Asia. And that is consistent with migrating across the Bering Land Bridge 12,000 plus years ago, and eventually migrating to the coast of Peru. However, when we did our DNA tests, the results became quite intriguing. Here we have, once again, the 18-month-old baby Paracas skull. Its maternal or mitochondrial haplogroup turned out to be U2E1, source of which is the Black Sea and the Caspian. And then the skull on the right-hand side, its haplogroup turns out to be T2, which again goes back to Europe or Eurasia. And then this one, its mitochondrial haplogroup is H1. It's found through Europe, but the source area is the Black Sea and Crimea. So it's highly unlikely of migration of people across land to Siberia, across the Bering Land Bridge, and all the way down the Americas to the coast of Peru. It's more likely maritime emigration 3000 BC or earlier. So again, another DNA test, the one on the left-hand side, H2A. Source, the Black Sea and Crimea. And then a more extensive series of testing. Again, the blood or the haplogroup we're expected to find in terms of mitochondrial is B. But instead, what we got from 17 different skulls, U2E1, U2E, H1, H, J1B1. Then some examples did show up. 4 examples of haplogroup B, as in B4, B4, then H and R, and H, and B5. So the majority show ancestry not from the coast of Peru, not from migration through the Bering Land Bridge, but probable migration from the Black Sea and Caspian Sea areas, because that's where the other largest elongated skulls in the world have been found. The 2 locations in the world, the Black Sea and Caspian, Crimea area, and the coast of Peru. And the haplogroups confirm that. So here are some elongated skulls found in the Crimea, Black Sea area. And there you can see, in the case of the one on the right, there's an extra suture line coming down the forehead. That is consistent with what we also find in different locations in Peru. That is not normal in Homo sapiens sapiens. And very recently, a baby was found about 2 years old in Crimea, shown here, with the skull the size of the torso. And so I've checked out the possible migration patterns, and it is quite possible that one can sail from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean, and then into the Red Sea, and then you're caught by a current that takes you across the Pacific via the equatorial countercurrent. From there, you reach the coast of Ecuador, and if you wait for the wind to change, your vessel will be blown straight down to the largest bay on the coast of Peru at Paracas, which would not have had many people living at it at the time. So if these people were possibly refugees escaping invaders, then the coast of Peru would have been a great place to reestablish themselves. Now, this is an example of a drawing done in the 19th century from a baby, actually a fetus, found in Paracas. Notice the head is the size of the torso. The neck is longer than normal. It appears to have teeth at 7 to 9 months old in utero. So that obviously is a genetic anomaly, not Homo sapiens sapiens. And then this is a full skeleton found in the Lake Titicaca area. And you can see that the skull is much larger than normal. We're going to go back to study more in terms of abnormalities in the skeletal structure. But this was a female. I was fortunately with a radiologist from the United States when we found this little museum. And when he looked at this, his immediate reaction was, that is not human. And so it gets more curious, because he said that was probably a 12-year-old female of childbearing years. And in the same tomb was found this fetus of 7 to 9 months old. And again, you see the skull is the size of the torso. And he believes, 90% certainty, that this was mother and baby, and that they both died during childbirth. And another newborn baby from Paracas. The skull has a cranial volume at least 50%, if not 100%, larger than normal. Curiously, this is a banker who lives in Spain, and he has an elongated skull. So whether there are people living to this day like that or not, I'm not sure. But other anomalies have been found on the coast of Peru. This is the so-called Maria mummy. that some regard as being alien or an alien-human hybrid, but it's been shown that it's actually a fabrication. The body was likely from the Nazca time period of 1,800 years ago, and then the skull or head from the Paracas period. So the skull was likely attached to the body to make this fabricated specimen. Also, a three-fingered hand, which was X-rayed and shown to be a fabrication. This is the underside of that. And this is a X-ray. According to two radiologists that looked at this X-ray, the bone structure is not normal. Some of the bones are backwards, and others appear to be from other individuals. So unfortunately, this appears to be a fabrication. And then we have reconstruction efforts done by Marcia K. Moore, who's an American artist. She, for the first time in 2,000 years, has tried to reconstruct what the Paracas faces looked like. So for example, she was able to take this skull from a 10 to 12-year-old Paracas. She had a resin cast made, and then she rebuilt the muscle and skin structure based on the shape of the skull. She has no prejudice one way or the other as regards what this person looked like. She simply rebuilt through interpretation. So here she is clay modeling. And here you can see on the left-hand side is the resin copy that she started with, and then the different phases of rebuilding it. Prior to that time, she did reconstruction based on a computer program. And this is her first analysis according to the computer program that she was utilizing. And finally, this is her latest interpretation. So what you can see from the evidence is that the idea that the Paracas people of the coast of Peru simply genetically evolved on the coast of Peru is highly suspicious. No academics that I know of want to study this subject. We have seen proof that in terms of their blood types, they were genetically and ethnically very complicated. Their skin tone may have been much lighter than normal native people of Peru. They may have had green eye color or blue eye color. They had genetically red hair. They may have very well migrated from almost halfway around the world. And that is the present state of the study. But the DNA testing continues, and I will get to the bottom of who these ancient people were. And I thank you for watching this presentation.
All right, so that was the first part of the Brien Forster elongated skull presentation lectures today. I'm going to play the second part shortly here, but first give a little alchemy update. I am just currently working on this reactor here, both at making hydrogen as well as monoatomic zinc, copper, and silver on this one specifically. And that I just plugged it in about an hour ago while throughout the stream here. And so now I'm collecting all the floating top ormus, the very nice, fluffy, whitest material that there is. And that is the prime time that you want to be collecting it. Also in this jar, I have 4 silver ounces still going, making the monoatomic silver. I will check them, make sure the anode wire hasn't eroded through. But in the meantime, you can see here the funnel right behind there. I might as well do a very quick demonstration how to collect the monoatomic materials with a turkey baster. There we go, just like that. And preferably around the anode side with the silver ounce and these pure zinc attached to it. Almost done here. All right, we've got a decent amount in here. As you can see, then top it off with regular tap water to start rinsing. And just like that, we've got some more monoatomics. Okay, enough about the monoatomics. Let us get back. The homunculus, right? Homunculus grows. Shout out to Juan. The homunculus is alive, except I have not tried to make a homunculus yet. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe a homunculus with one of these. Ooh. One of these. One of those. Back to Brien Forster, part 2. Oh, there's the one with Rex. Here we go. The DNA results. Somehow.
Hi, this is Brien Forster coming to you from Paracas in Peru. And I want to give you an update as to the recently released DNA results of the Paracas people. Now, it's taken us 5 years since we began this process to actually get the results. It took almost 3 years to get, or 2.5, to get permission from the Ministry of Culture of Peru, who we worked with very closely, especially with archaeologist Ruben Soto, in order to have the DNA testing approved by the government. A total of 18 skulls was tested, and results came back from 12. The DNA was so badly degraded after 2,000 to 3,000 years that of the 58 samples of 18 skulls, we got results from 12 of the skulls from 2 different laboratories, one in Canada, the Lakehead University, and another one at UCLA in California. A third lab was also utilized at Santa Cruz, University of California, but they stated that of the, I think, 18 samples they were given, no results were forthcoming. We're not sure if that's true or whether the results were so bizarre that they decided to hide them. So, in what I can basically tell you is that all Native American people of 100% Native ancestry are supposed to be and were of the haplogroups A, B, C, and D. So this is one of the Paracas elongated skulls. This is one that we believe is natural in shape. And as I turn it, you will see the complexity of the design. You see all that amazing curvature, and basically there's a depression here where the two hemispheres would be. The eye sockets are very large, and there's a lack of a sagittal suture here. So the results that we got, 4 of the elongated skulls were of haplogroup B, which relates to the fact that there was Native American ancestry involved, but the other ones were not. And the most common haplogroups that showed up were U2E and also H, H1A, and H2. If you look at where the most prevalent percentage of U2E and the H1s are, it is in between the Black and Caspian Seas, as in the Caucasus Mountains. So that's very intriguing. What I can also share with you is what I believe was the migrational pattern, because these people, like some indigenous people of the Caspian area and Black Sea area, were and are dark red-haired and also very light skin and green eyes. And this seems to correspond as well with the elongated skulls. So I believe what happened was about 3,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Paracas decided to leave the area because they were being invaded by someone. And so they traveled south through Iraq and Iran to the Persian Gulf, and there they wound up sailing eastwards and eventually found their way to the coast of Peru. There are different routes they could have used. They could have gone through Hawaii. They also could have gone through New Zealand, but then they wound up at the largest natural bay on the coast of Peru, which is Paracas, and that's where they decided to live because there was basically no one living there. They could live in peace. Hi, this is Brien Forrester coming to you from Paracas in Peru, and this is part 2 of a 5-part series about the elongated skulls DNA results from Paracas. Now in part 1, I briefly discussed the anomalies that were found in a number of the elongated skulls. 18 were tested, and good results came from about 12 or 13 of them. And the most commonality that I can glean from this is that the occurrence of the U2E haplogroup and the occurrence of H haplogroup, including possibly H1 and H1A, maybe even H2, mean that the point of origin for the Paracas would appear to be somewhere in the Caucasus area, in between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Now, after doing a little more research, I've been able to focus on more the Black Sea area and actually Crimea. Now, this may seem strange, but the DNA does seem to point in that direction. And another interesting thing is that the largest elongated skulls in the world are found in Paracas, Peru. And then the second largest elongated skulls, which look very much similar to the Paracas, are found in the Black Sea area and in the Crimea. The Paracas culture lived between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. And those elongated skulls found in the Crimea, again, are also around 2,000 plus years old. So the timeline is very similar. Now, I've also shown photographs in the beginning of this video. All of those are from the Black Sea area. And then also, if we try to look at the migration pattern, which I show maps of, it would appear that these people were displaced. Initially, they headed south into the Persian Gulf. Then they were able to catch winds and currents and travel eastwards, and then catch what is called the countercurrent into the Pacific. That could have taken them as far east as Colombia and Ecuador, and then simply by waiting for the winds to change from predominantly south, coming from the south to coming from the north, they could have easily sailed down the coast of South America and found the largest natural bay in Peru, which is exactly at Paracas. Also notice the photos I showed you of the textiles, because the first two textiles are of the Paracas. The third one is from the Crimea area. And notice the very complicated coloration and tight weaving. The Paracas were the finest weavers in the Americas. And how could this be that they were a crude culture and then all of a sudden they developed all of these incredible colors? I think that is a key that links them back to the Crimea area. Not to mention the elongated heads. The ones in the Black Sea I don't think have been DNA tested yet, but that's something I would definitely like to pursue. And then the other thing is that there are thousands of date palm trees located here in Paracas. When you travel north towards Lima, they disappear. When you travel south towards Nazca, they disappear. So the focal point of these date palms are here in Paracas, and nobody uses them to this day. They don't eat the dates. They don't use the palm fronds for anything. In the Middle East, the date palm is one of the most, by far, important plants. And I believe that as these people were escaping south towards the Red Sea, they may have collected some of the dates and nuts, knew their importance, and took them with them, or seeds, took them with them on their eastward journey and planted them here in order to utilize the products. So that is part 2. And then in part 3, we're going to get into probably Rick Woodward, who's an anthropologist who studied the foramen magnum, which is where your spinal column enters your skull. It's much farther back than it should be in the Paracas skulls, and that indicates a genetic anomaly. That the foramen magnum being so far back is because the skull was so large and kind of leaning backwards that the foramen magnum genetically was there in order to keep the skull erect. I'll also be doing another video about the work of Dr. Michael Alday, who is a medical doctor, who looks at the genetic differences and physical differences, and then also Dr. Malcolm Warren, who's a chiropractor.
Please focus on what's called the foramen magnum, where your spinal column enters the bottom of your skull. Now, first of all, in a normal skull, there is what is called this sagittal suture in red. But it seems to be completely lacking in what we call the natural elongated skulls of Paracas. Also, the foramen magnum of a normal skull is located at the balance point near the center. And in the Paracas skulls, it's physically way to the back. That is genetic. Note here with this baby skull that the neck is at the very back. Very unusual. And we were very fortunate to have Mr. Eric von Daniken go through the DNA results recently, and he's completely fascinated. He visited our Paracas Museum and will be returning many times.
Hi, this is Brien Forrester coming to you from Paracas in Peru, and this is DNA update of the Paracas number 3 in a series. I'm not sure how many there will be, probably 5 or 6 parts, but this is part 3, and this is looking at physical anomalies of the Paracas elongated skulls. And the work is in this book, which will be available at the end of the video, or the email address. And this work is done, was done by Dr. Michael Alday, who is an American physician, Dr. Malcolm Warren, who is an American chiropractor, and Rick Woodward, who is a physical anthropologist. Now, this is what we call cranial deformation. You can tell the volume of the skull is that of a normal human, and the forehead and the back of the skull have been flattened. So this is what cranial deformation on the coast of Peru looks like. This, on the other hand, is what we call a natural Paracas skull. You can see the volume is greater than the previous skull I showed you, and the whole shape is much more complex than simple cranial deformation. And so we think this person was born with an elongated skull. Also, as you saw in the photos before, at the beginning of the video, the foramen magnum, which is where your spinal cord column, vertebrae enter the bottom of the skull, is positioned at a place of balance, the balance point, which is an obvious evolutionary thing. But the anomaly in the Paracas elongated skulls that we believe are natural, and even some with with headboarding, their foramen magnum, as you can see here, is at the back of the skull. So that is a genetic trait. You cannot change the position of the foramen magnum simply by binding a skull, because trying to do that, especially with the baby, you would wind up killing that person or that child. And so this is one of the genetic characteristics of what we call a natural elongated skull. Also, the suture lines. Here is the suture running across this way, but there is no sign of the sagittal suture whatsoever. And notice the curvature here, as if the two hemispheres are being represented, or the shaping was done by nature in order to have this dip inside of here. Also, the eye sockets are up to 50% larger than normal. And these bones in the back, these tiny bones here, are not in a normal human being. These are called Inca bones. They are found in the royal Inca people, but also clearly here in the Paracas as well. So that is another genetic characteristic, and that may in fact link the elongated skulls of Paracas, Peru, who died out 2,000 years ago, with the rise of the Inca culture. It's quite possible that the Inca and the Paracas shared ancestry. It's said in the Spanish Chronicles that the royal Inca people had reddish hair, and of course, the Paracas people also had reddish hair. So that is your update for now. I will be doing at least 2 more parts. In one, we'll be looking at the blood type differences between Native Americans and the Paracas. And also, in another part, I'll go into a more detailed description of the differences between Native American DNA, as in haplogroups, and those found in the Paracas. This is the brilliant artist Marcia K. Moore of the United States, and she is going to do facial reconstruction of this Paracas skull called Cinnamon, that died about 2,000 years ago. So she starts out by doing computer imaging of it in 3D. And of course, the work in the beginning is kind of crude and simplistic, but then she starts to layer it. Cinnamon was a Paracas woman who died at the age of about 16, 2,000 years ago. And this is Marcia's computer image of what she thinks that Cinnamon looked like, with variations in terms of hairstyle. We know that Cinnamon probably had dark reddish hair, which is typical of the Paracas royalty. And here she's experimenting with jewelry, and here even basing it on people who had elongated heads about 100 years ago. So that is the computer work that she has done. And now, here is a casting of a true Paracas skull. Again, this is Cinnamon. And now she's starting to build up from the casting itself, fleshing it out in 3D. You can see she's put eyeballs in.
And gradually, layer upon layer, cinnamon comes back to life. She hasn't quite finished it yet, but she is at the final stages of completing cinnamon. Again, the addition of more layers, muscle tissue, and now working on the finer details. This is the cinnamon skull that was in the previous YouTube video. And for at least 7 years, I've been sending Mark LaPlume photographs of elongated skulls, not only from Paracas, but from other parts of the world. And Mark has done faithful reproductions based upon his artistic talent of what these ancient people who lived 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, what they looked like. Now, Mark has done this free of charge. And again, he has made at least 2,000 drawings based on some photographs that he's found from ancient collections, again, as well as those sent to him by me and by other people. What he does enjoy having are multiple views, so that way he can get the proper curvature of the face, etc. And here we see examples of his work. Now, Mark has a Facebook page called Root Race Research, and in that you can find possibly all 2,000 of the drawings that he has done. Now, as you can see from Mark's perspective, the ancient Paracas people were not very Native American looking like. They look more European-ish, but that is his impression. That's not some kind of influence that I tried to make on him. And now with the recent DNA evidence results that we've received from 18 different Paracas skulls, there are indeed European and or Eurasian haplogroups associated with the ancient Paracas people, which according to standard academia should not be there. But data does not lie. So please check out his Facebook page of Root Race Research. And though you may think that this is not drawn from an actual skull, it is, because several of these have been found not only in the Paracas area, but other parts of Peru. Hi, this is Brien Forrester coming to you from Paracas in Peru. This is part 6 of a 7-part YouTube series about the elongated skull DNA research of Paracas in Peru. And this part is about the team of people who were involved in this process. There were 10 important people involved, and I wish to give a brief description of each and what their role was. Of course, I was the coordinator in Peru itself. I've been studying the elongated skulls of Paracas for about 10 years, and so I was the one coordinating between the Ministry of Culture, specifically Ruben Garcia Soto, who is a leading archaeologist for the Ministry of Culture in Ica, Peru, and making local organizational things like transport, etc., hotels, etc. And I did this along with the vital assistance of my wife, Irene. And then in the United States, the main coordinator by far was Dr. L.A. Marzulli. L.A. made several trips down, sometimes with team members, sometimes with simply one camera person. And if he was not involved, there's no way this process would have reached its climax, which it has now. He was responsible for coordinating with the 2 DNA labs located in North America, Also, he was able to get the $100,000, which was utilized and required in order to be able to do the proper DNA testing in 2 of the 10 top DNA laboratories in the world. He did this as well with Mondo Gonzalez, who is an American archaeologist. Mondo wrote up the report at the end. He was involved in the sampling here in Peru, both at the Ica Museum and the Senior Juan Navarro Museum in Paracas. So Mondo was a very vital person to have. Then we also had Chase Klosky, who was responsible for making sure that the environments, both at the Ica Museum and also the Paracas Museum of Senior Juan, were as sterile as possible. She was the one who took the samples as soon as they were removed from the skulls and put them into perfect sterile packages, labeled them, packaged them, and brought them to the United States. So without Chase's help, we would get a lot of accusations of contamination, but both laboratories said that the work Chase did was superior to what was required. So hats off to her. Then we also had Richard Shaw, who documented the entire process. He came down multiple times, sometimes just with L.A. Marzulli, sometimes with the team. He recorded all of the DNA sampling, the locations such as the Chongo Cemetery, and other places as well. So without his documentation, we wouldn't have the full evidence. So Richard did a brilliant job. And also then Dr. Malcolm Warren, an American chiropractor, Dr. Michael Alday, a medical physician in the United States, 35 years of experience, and Rick Woodward, who is an anthropologist in the United States. The 3 of them were mainly studying the abnormalities or differences of the elongated skulls of Paracas, Peru, as compared to normal skulls and also other skulls of other cultural groups of this area. And they were able to figure out that the lack of the sagittal suture here is probably a genetic abnormality, not the idea that it was prematurely closed or calcified. It seemed to simply not be there, according to them. Also, the eye sockets appear to be larger than normal, and the foramen magnum, which again is where your spinal column enters the bottom of your skull, the position of it is much farther back than is normal. And so all 3 were able to figure out that there's no way that the movement of the foramen magnum backwards like that could be the result of cranial deformation. It has to be genetic. Also, the opening of the foramen magnum appears to be oval and not round as it is in Homo sapiens sapiens. And that's another abnormality. And I believe all 3 concluded that the necks of the Paracas elongated skulls would be longer and thinner than normal. So those are the factors that they figured out. And also, of course, Ruben, the archaeologist in Peru, in Ica, was vital because we had to do this with the Peruvian Ministry of Culture. There was no way that we could take even little powdered samples of Paracas material outside of Peru for testing without the approval of the Ministry of Culture of Peru. And without Ruben's assistance, that would have been almost impossible. So my personal thanks to the other 9 members of this group that worked together very well. And hats off to all of them for their expertise. Now, in part 7, what I'm going to do is get into a more detailed discussion of the actual DNA haplogroups that were found, because many of them were not indigenous to the Americas and were not present supposedly in South America technically before the first Spanish arrived in the 1500s. So this means that 2,000 plus years ago, there were people called the Paracas, a very complex DNA background that were living on the coast of Peru. I'll also discuss blood type samples that were taken and
Supposedly, prior to the arrival of the Europeans in the 16th century, all native people, especially of Peru and South America in general, were supposed to be 100% blood type O, and this is not the case. So I'll get into that in the final 7th chapter of this series. Thank you so much for your interest. Hi, this is Brien Forrester coming to you from Paracas in Peru, and this is the summary of the DNA testing of the Paracas elongated skulls and related abnormalities found by medical professionals in the skulls themselves. Now, the academics that we are associated with here in Peru and elsewhere, their prediction for the results of the elongated skull testing, of which we had 18 different skulls tested, was that the haplogroups that would be found would be A, B, C, or D, because those are the haplogroups of the Native American people whose ancestors crossed over the Bering Land Bridge 12,000 plus years ago. We have sent the data out to different academics. Those that wish to examine the data are welcome to contact us in order to do peer review should they wish. But I think they will be somewhat disturbed with the fact that some of the haplogroups of the mitochondrial DNA that came back were in fact, a few were B, which is typical Native American, but other ones that showed up included U2E, K, J, and H. And the commonality of those are they were all found around the Black Sea and Crimea area. Also, the largest elongated skulls in the world, aside from the Paracas, have been found in the Black Sea and Crimea area. So I'm now working on that relationship. There must have been some kind of maritime movement 3,000 plus years ago from that area, is my thesis. As regards the physical abnormalities, as I said in previous videos, the foramen magnum, which is where your spinal column enters the bottom of your skull, is at the center point in Homo sapiens sapiens, and it is quite round in shape, but the ones of the Paracas elongated skulls are significantly to the back and oval and narrower, so they probably had longer, thinner necks than Homo sapiens sapiens. And that, of course, is a genetic abnormality that cannot be explained by cranial deformation. That was confirmed by the medical experts that we had in this book, which is available from LA at lamarzulli.net. And also, it will be explored by other medical professionals, such as my radiologist friend Ken. And then also there are things called foramen ovali, I believe they're called, which are up and inside here in the skull, that is where nerve and blood flow comes out to feed the face, and that gives us our facial expressions. They seem to be absent in the Paracas elongated skulls, which means their facial expressions would have been very different from us, which again is an abnormality. Also, the two holes in the back of the skull in the Paracas were for blood and nerve flow because of the elongated nature of the skull, and not in the book, but the blood types are very curious. 12 different samples of ancient Paracas elongated skull blood was tested. A paper was written. The paper was then removed by other academics because it doesn't conform to standard or the standard story of history. 100% of Native American people who are 100% Native American genetically, from Mexico all the way down to the southern tip of South America, were and are supposed to be blood type O, 100%. But the results of the Paracas were actually of 14 samples. Blood type A, 28.5%, blood type B, 7.1%, blood type AB, which is the rarest on the planet, 21.4%, and only 43% were blood type O. So Will Hart and I, who's an author, will be writing a paper for Nexus Magazine about this. What we can basically say is that the Paracas were a very complex genetic being existing 2,000 plus years ago on the coast, and the genetic anomalies are very curious because, again, they should only be A, B, C, and D, but there seems to be a very powerful Eurasian component to their DNA. I don't know if academics will bother writing papers about this, whether they'll attack us. The results are the results. Data is data, fact is fact. And so that is the summary of the story.
Oh dear, back in just the instant of time to save the stream, because we are still talking about elongated skills. Oh dear, got the other's phone on, eh? Red green here, eh? It's Canada, it's July, and it's kind of warm out, thank goodness, eh? We are having a beautiful day here. It is rainy, overcast, and not on fire, so we can breathe easier today. Yes, that is what I'm going with. And sticking to it. All right, so in about 20-30 minutes, we are going to be joined live with the amazing Luke, Ancient Historia panel, maybe a couple more, we will see. And then tonight or today at some point, hopefully the Dutch Since new interview will be coming out again, or a live stream will happen. So if that, just waiting back to hear from Dutch. But I talked to him last night and he said he should be game for today. So hopefully that is the case. In the meantime, Brucey bonus, I wanted to play some of 2 days ago now, July 4th, on Independence Day. Rex released this one with Rogue Archaeologist. What the heck is the guy's name? I forget. It will come up somewhere. I'm not sure. He'll say it. Anywho, quite the fascinating conversation. Let's take a listen.
Really quick about that, since you let us off with that, the FOIA request. So let's be really clear about it. That there was a leaked FOIA request, And for anybody who wants to look it up, it's F-2019-02110. And it's dated 12/18/2018. And that's on page 407 of those WikiLeaks documents. So just to be clear exactly what that is a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request from the State Department to the DoD. And do keep in mind that those cost money. And so somebody in the State Department made a FOIA request to the DoD regarding, quote, requesting, this is exactly what it was entitled, requesting documents pertaining to the resurrection chamber of Gilgamesh, the location of his body, and the location of the buried Nephilim. And it was the name under it is interesting. The name under it is Denitra D. Senegar. Now I looked into that name thoroughly. This is not a State Department official. In fact, I found one person with that name, and they are just like a regular, they were not into any of this. But what's really interesting about that name is when you search that name through the whole WikiLeaks database, from that block of WikiLeaks emails, it comes up over 12,000 times in all manner of inquiries. So what that tells me is that this is somebody who is highly active in information trafficking in the State Department. Furthermore, that tells me it's somebody relatively high ranking, because, you know, if you're just an average Joe Schmo working at the State Department, you're probably not going to be trafficking in that many FOIA requests and things of that nature. And because it's not an actual person, that leads me even further to believe that it is an alias or an anagram. And point of fact, this was Hillary Clinton's State Department. And other WikiLeaks documents reveal some pretty spooky occult type activity. And that would all add up with this very nicely. Gilgamesh figure does indeed equate to the biblical Nimrod.
Okay.
And how do we know that for certain? Well, first of all, they were both described as giants. They were both described as hunters. They were both described as demigods. And that was like a little quick correction I wanted to make. He was deified after the fact, but according to both traditions, he was a hybrid rather than a full-blown deity. But okay, so those are two really different things. Well, not necessarily in the sense of Satanism. I would say those both fit well within satanic occult activity. And the reason being is because, so according to the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh was 2/3 non-human and 1/3 human. There's differing accounts of his heritage, but in both accounts, one of his parents was a complete non-human, and the other parent was already an existing hybrid. Now, how does that correlate exactly to Satanism? Well, according to the biblical narrative, the fallen angels or the watchers or the sons of God interbred with mortals, spawning the hybrid race of cannibalistic witchcraft practicing giants known as the Nephilim. And so that would make Gilgamesh, aka Nimrod, a Nephilim. And furthermore, in the book of Revelation 13:18, it says the Antichrist, it says this requires one with wisdom. The beast has a number, and this number is 666, and it is the number of a man, end quote. Well, okay, so the author is telling us right there that the author of Revelation knows the identity of this Antichrist, and he's giving us a clue. He's not giving us his name, he's giving us a clue with this number. Well, Gilgamesh's 2/3 non-human heritage was a defining characteristic of himself, and 2/3 converted is 66.6%. And so I'm saying that Nimrod was a Nephilim, and that number 66.6% is a link to the biblical prophetic clue as to his identity.
So, when we were talking about Nimrod, and then I brought up Ninurta. And
Yes.
so if you go back and you read the Bible, you read the Old Testament, and then you look at the Hebrew Torah, and then you predate that to the Code of Hammurabi, the Sumerian stuff. Like a lot of these ancient Sumerian tablets that predate the Bible, actually, that's where the Bible got that information from. They plagiarized a lot of that information, and then it was put together in a fashion with the help of the Council of Nicaea to create a religious order. And there's a lot of gems within these texts. And so when I read Ninurta's exploits, which predates Nimrod, it is describing Nimrod. Ninurta is either Nimrod is either inspired by Ninurta, or they're basically the same being deified through the ages. Now, the Gilgamesh character is fascinating because Gilgamesh in the Epic of Gilgamesh has to fight off, the lions, has to fight off the scorpions, has to fight off these the bull. And then when you read about those, you can say, oh, well, the lions is referring to Leo, the age of Leo. And then when he's fighting off the bull, he's fighting off the age of Taurus. And then he has to reach immortality by getting to Utnapishtim. And that is connected to Aquarius. So astrotheologically speaking, it is the hero's journey where Ninurta, aka Nimrod, puts himself, or aka Ninurta, puts himself into the hero's journey, where he has to go through all of these different ages to reach immortality. Now, the gods and the Nephilim and the rulers and humans back in the day would glorify themselves that way, right? They would say something along the lines of, well, I am the god of Jupiter, or I made the sun do that. I created this eclipse. And the people that didn't know that would look at them like gods. But you said, okay, so this is what's interesting, Mark, is you and I have I think we'll have a great conversation about this. And I think we're both going to learn from each other. When you brought up last time about how you thought that you see the Nephilim as being a very dark cannibalistic race. And I was like, well, what if there were good Nephilim? What if there were some out there that were like, hey man, I'm a vegetarian, I'm cool. And you're like, no. And then I started thinking about like Lord of the Rings, right? I'm like, oh, would it be like Lord of the Rings where you've got the human race and then you've got the orcs and the trolls? Like, seriously, I thought about that. And I was like, that's the only way I could see that. The Nephilim being like that, unless it's almost like they're two different stories. And I think that the bloodline, I think there's so much truth in these biblical tells where there were battles and the giants were slaughtered by humans. And so those that survived are probably going to want to slaughter us again, right? I mean, it's going to be like that tribal warfare thing. And so they're resurrecting them to bring him back.
Okay, so I got to backtrack to okay. So
I threw a curveball out there for you, Mark.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. So when we talk in terms of ancient tradition being revised or instances of conflation or contagion. I think it's a major mistake to say that it was plagiarized, because according to the biblical narrative, Abraham comes from Sumeria, and where his father was a high-ranking priest. So when an ancient tradition goes from one place to another, or it undergoes a revision, that's not the same. See, we think song and then someone else is plagiarized. So like if I write a book and then you were to take that book and plagiarize it, that's not the same as an ancient tradition mutating or being revised or being reinterpreted by a different culture or people. That's especially true if the events actually occurred and the memory and interpretation of them
Oops, is it working? Sorry.
say that less ancient tradition of the deluge was plagiarized from the oldest version. It's not. Those are two distinct recollections of the same event through different lenses and perspectives. Two different cultures or people
Is it working now?
Can view the same event through a different lens or perspective. That doesn't make it a plagiarism of the eldest one.
That doesn't. But if you read the Code of Hammurabi and then you read the Torah, and if you read through some of the older Sumerian tablets that have been translated into English, and then you read the Old Testament that's been translated into English, or even if you can translate directly from Hebrew to English or speak Hebrew, the amount of similarities, I mean, there is absolutely an adoption. If you want to use a different word, we'll use a different word, but also with the seen through the lenses perspective, that's what I was referring to, right? So you've got these two different cultures. You hear the stories of the victors oftentimes. We hear the stories of those who won. So I just question the narrative about, were all of these Nephilim baby eaters and, slaughtering people for their own, like the Harkonnen, right? Were they really the Harkonnen? I don't know.
If you remember back to our last thing, well, and by the way, I never said that absolutely all Nephilim were cannibalistic, but it's a matter of invasive species. So like here in Maryland, because the regular people were not invasive species. Here in Maryland, we have snakehead fish in the tributaries. They're not indigenous to Maryland tributaries. They were brought here by Asian immigrants. And what happens when you have an invasive species is it's like an unnatural thing where they grow incredibly large and they devour everything in the ecosystem. Right now, scientists in Maryland are desperately trying to curb the exploding population of snakehead fish because they are wreaking ecological havoc on the ecosystem. And I would submit to you further that it's not my opinion about this prehistoric cannibalism. That's the archaeological and fossil record.
Let me make a quick statement real quick. Our last interview that we did, when you had mentioned Chimney Rock and the terrible things that took place at Chimney Rock, I have had a tough time looking at Chimney Rock the same since then. I used to look at it as this beautiful landmark, you know, where the natives were out there and they were, you know, worshiping the stars and setting up certain alignments for their crops. But then when you had talked about the sacrifices that used to take place there, the thousands and thousands of human sacrifices, that takes away some of the splendor. And also, the weirdest thing about that, Mark, is the first time I went out there, the very first time I went out there, I wasn't even living in Colorado yet. I was still in Texas. I went out there. It's like, wow, this is amazing. This is wonderful. But I had this like, I guess you could say, intuition of sacrifice taking place up there, of like people being pushed off the cliff and people, you know, having their hearts ripped out and all this stuff was going through my head. And I was like, I was just thinking at the time, maybe it's, you know, my sci-fi mind, but then you started telling me about some of that stuff after, and I was like, it just puts a whole different perspective. A lot, you know, how many sites are there out there that are landmarks of slaughters? Like, oh, this is an ancient slaughter site where this person and his family and their family was slaughtered. Why are you?
Well, that's, that's a big part of the reason why I'm doing this, because the modern media and the cultural aspect around these New Age people love to go out to these places on the solstices and meditate and frolic and be one with nature, and they have absolutely no idea of the atrocities that occurred there, or the beings that are still intermittently present at these sites. It's almost like moth to a flame, where they want to just go back there. It's almost like they're asking to be sacrificed. If you look at Teotihuacan, huge groups of people gather there, and you know, for the celestial alignment events, and they're playing music and they're like chanting and people are like meditating, and they have no idea that that what went on there were assembly lines of human sacrifice. We're talking 20,000 people a day for 4 consecutive days. They were gutted like fish. Their still beating hearts were taken out. And in some cases, the still beating heart was actually fed to the victim while they were still alive. And then they were decapitated, and the blood would pool up in sort of a sacred cenote pool of blood that the Nephilim descendant ruling elite would then drink. Well, they would offer some of it to their dragon deity, Kukulkan, and the rest of it they would drink for themselves.
Now, is there evidence, like actual documentation of this kind of stuff?
Yes. The conquistadors. Now, the conquistadors were gold ravaging criminals, and that's true. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. And they chronicled these. I'm speaking specifically about the rededication of Teotihuacan by the Aztecs. Now, the Aztecs didn't actually build it. And furthermore, there is a ton of evidence of human sacrifice at the limited excavations that have been done at Teotihuacan. And furthermore, there's evidence of a common revolt, where the common people who were the victims of these sacrifices revolted against the ruling elite and burned down the sacred ruling elite's living quarters and temple complexes, and that was what led to the abandonment of. And the same thing happened there in Chaco Canyon as well. And the cannibalism at Chaco Canyon is even more well documented.
See, but I think that since that this guide isn't quite there, that the only source being the Jesuit order of the Spanish conquistadors that are known for genociding all the local indigenous populations, more likely were the perpetrators of these genocides and then blamed it on the indigenous people being savages and cannibals, but that's just speculation.
By Professor Christy Turner. You can look at his book, his report called Mancorn. He spent his whole career trying to prove to academia that all this ritualistic cannibalism occurred. And he did so. They just refused to talk about it.
Dude, now, this world's so twisted. It is like, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened? But was it like this 10,000 years ago? Was it like this before the Younger Dryas event? That's what I've been wondering.
Well, so look, if the Younger Dryas event correlates to the Sumerian deluge, the biblical flood, and both of those narratives state that the days before the deluge were the time of the Nephilim, aka the days of Noah. And just as I was explaining before, that how scientists desperately want to rid the ecosystem of the terribly destructive snakehead fish, so too did God, or the divine council, or whatever you want to call the ruling powers of the celestial kingdom. They wanted to rid the planet of the invasive Nephilim species that were devouring everything in sight, including human beings.
Are human beings, well, you know what I'm thinking about?
Well, I should say Homo sapiens.
Okay. But so,
because technically the Nephilim are human beings. Invasive hominid hybrids, if you want to get scientific about it.
Well, and aren't we too kind of
what,
like an invasive species on this planet? I mean, we got to wear shoes, right? We gotta have a different environment. I'm just saying, like,
yeah,
we're a little bit different, man. We're kind of aliens too, right? We gotta have we're not the ones out there pillaging the earth saying that.
I would say we're a modified species rather than an invasive species, which is different.
We're certainly a modified species, right? Absolutely. Yes. And most humans, most people, I believe, have the right intentions. I don't think that they're pillaging the earth. There are select corporations. See, this is what an invasive species is. A corporation that can just keeps usurping up all the natural resources for profit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, but there's a lot of people involved in that, not just Nephilim, right?
Well, okay, but these ruling elite, you may have heard of this. What we're talking about, the reason why the ruling elite are, as you say, controlling these conglomerate oligarchical corporations that are devouring everything. It's not coincidental that they're also practicing Satanism.
A few days ago, I read a Gnostic text, which is quite a bit different. It's from a Sethian mindset, but it mentioned specifically that Noah, the bloodline of Noah, came after the flood. And the world was basically that you're going to send your bloodlines out here, Japheth and another one. And so you just said it. That's a matrix sync. So yes, the bloodlines, we can.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, right. So you may have heard a few years ago, or I don't remember how long ago it was, but an 8th grade student and her grandfather doing a genealogical study, and this has been reported in mainstream news. Anybody who wants to look it up, that all of the presidents except one, Martin Van Buren, not Martin Van Buren, but all the rest descend from King John of Laughlin.
Yes.
Who descends from Charlemagne. Mm-hmm. Furthermore, if you look into the biographies of people like the Rockefellers and people like the Rothschilds, they say in their own biographies that they descend from, guess who? Nimrod. I wouldn't jump the gun on Noah so quickly, but because there were Nephilim that came after the flood. And the biblical text states that specifically. And again, so Gilgamesh, we're going back to Gilgamesh, who's the subject here. He was Nephilim because he was 2/3 non-human and 1/3 human. And then you have people like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers claiming in their own biographies descent from Nimrod. And now we have genealogical facts that all these presidents, and even Cheney, who was president like behind the scenes, and even someone like Obama, they indeed all share a grandfather, King John of Lackland. So the answer to your question is, there are regular good old Homo sapien people like ourselves, but we do not descend from an imperialistic Nephilim bloodline. This is where the entire concept of the divine right to rule comes from. And if you look into the history of European royalty, it is absolutely saturated in witchcraft, necromancy, bloodletting, cannibalism. Maybe the most famous would be like Mary Queen of Scots bathing in the blood of children to preserve her youth. But basically what we're talking about, just as it was many thousands of years ago, as it is today, Nephilim bloodlines are the few who rule over the many. And to your point, they still behave in this invasive predatory manner, just as their ancestors did. And this is why, by the way, they're so interested in raising up Gilgamesh's tomb, because he is their satanic messianic figure. And he is the WMD they told the world about, because they, as Nephilim bloodlines who are cursed, are in a war against God. And their messianic king, Nimrod, is their weapon of mass destruction in that war, along with his artifacts, which were very exotic and powerful as well. And I have a lot more on that. The conversation between Bush and the French president Jacques Chirac. So before the invasion, Bush is trying to recruit nations to join the coalition. And he contacts French President Jacques Chirac. He makes reference to their common faith, which I would argue is Satanism, as they are both Nephilim descendant ruling elites. He makes reference to their common faith, and then he says, quote, Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East. The biblical prophecies are being fulfilled. And he goes on further. I have it all here. He goes on to state that God wants us to use this conflict to eradicate his enemies so that we can usher in a new age. Before a new age begins, end quote. Now, Jacques Chirac, how do we know this conversation took place? Because Jacques Chirac didn't know what the hell he was talking about, Bush. So Jacques Chirac called in a French theologian, Thomas Romer, and Thomas Romer wrote about this in his book. And then later on, a French journalist who wrote another book interviewed Jacques Chirac when he was no longer president and said, did this actually take place as Thomas Romer said it did? And he said, absolutely, that's exactly how it took place. So we have confirmation that that conversation occurred. Now think about that for a moment. Why is Bush saying, you know, Gog and Magog are at work and biblical prophecies are being fulfilled? What is he talking about? Well, Gog, according to the Midrash Voyosha and Zerubbabel, Gog equates to Nimrod. So you see, Bush is telling Romer the biblical prophecy he's referring to is the Revelation prophecy. The God he is referring to is not the Hebrew God, the God he is referring to is Satan, and that wants them to use this conflict to wipe out their enemies before a new age can be. Well, you may notice they're very into this new world order and WEF, the World Economic Forum, and Agenda 2030. So the eradication of enemies and the fulfillment of biblical prophecy he's referring to is their war against God. And the WMD they were so hot to acquire was the tomb of Gilgamesh, because just before this invasion, German archaeologist Jörg Fassbinder announced that he had discovered the location of Gilgamesh's tomb. And by the way, there's been no significant war going on there for a long, long time, and there has been no follow-up of that epic discovery that you could argue is the greatest discovery in the history of archaeology.
Well, I want to know, yeah, like, so if they were able to capture this DNA 20 years ago, then they could potentially have a 19-year-old Gilgamesh.
That's right.
And why wouldn't they?
That's right. Well, and there have been, now I can't confirm this at all, but there have been some military whistleblowers who say that they are aware of secret military installations containing cloned Nephilim. I mean, I don't think they even know necessarily that they're Nephilim. They just say there are giants there. One of them even went on, and again, this is pure, I can't confirm any of this, but these guys are military guys, and they are stating this publicly, that in one instance, one of them said that he was briefed before entering the complex, and he was instructed not to use the name Jesus Christ under any circumstances while in the complex. And again, that is speculation or rumor, but Jörg Fassbinder's discovery of Nimrod's tomb is not speculation.
How could I find this person, or what do I look up?
Jörg Fassbinder.
Jörg.
Gilgamesh's tomb.
Fassbinder. Jörg
Yeah.
Fassbinder. Gilgamesh.
Yeah. And by the way, there's another correlation there. The man who co-directed that archaeological dig's name was Eichmann. And we might also recall that the U.S. Military and government, upon victory in World War II, absorbed the Third Reich's scientific minds. Like, you know, we're talking about Operation Paperclip, and they absorbed scientists, great scientists like Wernher von Braun. And the point I am making there is that we've got a U.S. government continuation of Third Reich science, and that includes their mission, which was tracking down the Aryan supermen. And I submit to you, these Aryan supermen that they're referring to are the Nephilim. And so the point is, when the ruling elites, who are this satanic imperial ancestral cult, when they learned of Jörg Fassbinder's discovery, that was why they immediately started beating this drum. We got to go in there and seize those WMDs. Because they understood the significance of Nimrod's tomb. Now, I want to put a pin in that for a moment. And I want to go back to something else you were saying about Ninurta. What deeds were you referring to specifically that matched those of Gilgamesh? Because Ninurta.
Let me read it to you. It's right here. Listen to this. I've got the tablet directly translated. It's Ninurta's exploits. Okay. On is the king of the gods, the king of the Anunnaki and the ancient Sumerian, which is also connected to Uranus. So on, king of the gods, majestic one. O king storm of majestic splendor, peerless Ninurta, possessing superior strength, who pillages the mountains all alone, deluge, indefatigable serpent, hurling yourself at the rebel land, hero striding formidably into battle, Lord, whose powerful arm is fit to bear the mace, reaping like barley the necks of the insubordinate Ninurta, king's son, in whose strength his father rejoices, hero, whose awesomeness covers the mountains like a south storm. Tell me that's not. Then it talks about the dragon and the lion and the snake and the roaring hurricane. And then it talks about his wristwatch. He goes, nobody has the power that I have. I have a 50-headed mace right on my wrist. And then it talks about how he basically looks at his wristwatch and then all this destruction comes down and destroys entire villages. And I think he's like pushing buttons on I think he's literally pushing some type of codes in his watch that's causing like satellite weaponry to come down or something. That's my theory.
Well, because I would submit to you, if we do a comparative look from Sumerian to Greek tradition really quick, Ninurta being the son, as you say, of An, and I think actually he may have been the grandson of An, but he's a close descendant, right, of An, and he's a storm deity. Nowhere in those tablets does it say that Ninurta had a human parent. He's straight up a child of the gods, right?
I got to go back and read them again because there's several I mean, there's dozens of tablets on Ninurta.
Yeah.
So, but you bring it up again.
I would
if
submit
he's not,
to you,
I get your. Please continue.
I would submit to you that Ninurta equates to the Greco-Roman Zeus Jupiter, because he is a storm deity.
Yes.
Who is like one? He is like one descent off of, as you said, Uranus.
Yep, you're right. No,
So
you're absolutely right.
Zeus,
He's a god.
So just as Zeus would be a grandson of Uranus, so too is Ninurta a grandson storm deity. Zeus was also, of course, associated with lightning. So
thunderbolt of the gods.
And then furthermore, in Greco-Roman tradition, there is a hybrid gigantic hunter hero named Diomedes. And Diomedes rejects the affections of Aphrodite. And then Aphrodite goes to Olympus to get revenge on him for rejecting her. That is almost exactly the description of from the Sumerian tablets of Gilgamesh, who rejects Ishtar's advances. And then Ishtar goes to An and Ninurta and asks for revenge against him.
And then they take the bowl of heaven. Yeah.
That's right.
I remember that.
That's
Which
right.
is also Taurus, by the way, the age of Taurus, astrotheological.
I don't think so.
Well, it is.
I think they're referring to real anthropomorphic monsters that actually roamed the earth.
Well, now you're talking. Now you're definitely going rogue archaeologist there, because it could be both. I would definitely say, but it is absolutely describing. Anytime they talk about the bull in heaven, they're referring to the age of Taurus. That goes back through Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Gnostic mythology. But was there something else to it? I would say, sure, absolutely. I'm willing to look at the very real possibility. Like, for example, Enki and Ninmah, they're making people 3,500 years ago, and they're drinking beer. Yeah, I know, folks. I get it. That's probably how you were made. Your parents were probably drinking beer and they made you, but this is a little different because they're actually in a laboratory making people. This is like pre-Adam stuff. Do you remember? Did you read that one where they keep making mistakes? They're like, well, let's make this one. Oh, this one can't stand upright. What do we do with this one? Let's give them to the king.
Yeah.
So what is that about? Could that be?
So I just, again, when it comes to comparative ancient tradition, it's very easy to make connections that aren't necessarily fundamentally sound. And that's a hazard everybody plays with when they explore these incredibly complex labyrinths of ancient tradition. But when they get really specific in that tablet that you're referring to, they sick the bull of heaven on Gilgamesh, and this is a monstrous creature that he does earthly battle with, and he slays it. And those same tablets say that he only ruled for 126 years. So I don't understand how that somehow equates to an age. I mean, it seems to me the only connection there is that it's a bull.
But it's the bull from heaven. So
okay.
The bull from heaven.
Okay. Fine.
Now, if it's
fine,
126,
celestial bull, but
if it's 126 years, then it could be 126 years within that age, or there could have been an astrological event that changed that age, or it could be high technology. Because I remember Inanna actually, she steals Anu's spaceship and she takes off. I remember that. She's like, I'm out of here, sucker. And she's gone. But that was actually pre-Ishtar. That was Inanna and Anu, which was even before Inanna was referred to as Ishtar, the Eastern Star, which is Venus oftentimes, aka Lucifer, the light bearer, the morning star.
Okay, whoa, yeah, okay. See that?
I'm throwing another curveball at you. Here we go.
Yeah. Certain deities were associated with certain planets and star constellations. But I wouldn't go rushing into this symbolic interpretation that means a time period, because again, what you were theorizing, that this is him, going through the zodiac ages, but that whole thing with the bull of heaven didn't occur in Taurus.
That wasn't written. That was during his 100. That wasn't written during the age of Taurus.
I'm actually not 100%. So I better look into that before I state that adamantly. But the point is, so the morning star. I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about the morning star. Jesus Christ is referred to as the morning star in certain biblical passages. It escapes me at the moment, but it's an easy internet search. He is referred to as the morning star. And I would suggest to you, so we have to understand there is symbolic language here. And so some things are symbolic and other things are literal. The texts indicate that this conflict between Gilgamesh and Enkidu and this bull of heaven was a physical conflict between Nephilim and Nephilim monsters. So that's just what the text says. And when we talk about the morning star, there's a connection there, a very, very interesting one. So there are biblical passages that refer to Jesus Christ as the morning star, which makes sense because Venus, and this is symbolic, because as Venus rises, it heralds the dawn, right? So in a messianic symbolic way, you could say that Christ is the bringer of this light. And he refers to himself as the light of the world and things of that nature. Now let's look at also Lucifer. You mentioned Lucifer. Lucifer in the biblical text is also referred to as a king, a Babylonian king, who they call Hillel. And a Babylonian king equates to Nimrod, Gilgamesh. And remember, we started this by this discussion as him as the Antichrist. Well, that adds up perfectly. Because if Jesus Christ is symbolically the morning star that heralds the dawn, the Antichrist can also be symbolically called the morning star because it heralds sunset. It heralds the darkness. So just as the Messiah heralds the dawn and the light, the Antichrist is the herald of darkness. But yes, throughout in ancient tradition, there were a lot of beings associated with Venus, including that Kukulkan character we talked about from Mesoamerica was associated with Venus. As you pointed out, Ishtar was an Aphrodite. Of course, we named it Venus, right, after Aphrodite. But actually, I would suggest those connotations are actually very loosey-goosey, because they named it Venus because it's beautiful. That's really the only actual connotation there. When they were naming the planets as astronomy was gaining technological momentum, they threw some of these mythological names onto planets that weren't necessarily legitimate, and they named Venus because she was Aphrodite. Venus was this beautiful goddess, and it was a very beautiful planet. But in the Sumerian tablets, they do associate Enki, who you mentioned before, with the planet that we call Venus as well.
Where do they connect Enki with Venus? I haven't seen that before. I've seen his connection with Saturn.
Or actually, this is tricky. Saturn, really?
Oh yeah.
I don't remember that one either.
Saturn. There's
I actually think I misspoke. And it was Mercury, the planet we call Mercury, that they associated with Enki. But no, I'd be curious to see the Saturn connection you're referring to.
Yeah, it's called Enki in the New Order. It's just describing how Enki is connected with Saturn because the Earth's or the rings of Saturn and the storm and the flooding and the anyway, it's very astrotheologically speaking. I think the ancients were doing their best to mimic the stars, and then they would glorify themselves by saying that, I am Lucifer, I am the light bearer, I am Venus, I am Saturn, I am Jupiter. It's like glorifying themselves, and it's a way to thousands of years later, we're going to go back and read these texts, and we're going to try and understand, is Enki really Saturn, or is Enki pretending to be Saturn? It's just a whole cluster bomb.
I have a totally different approach I can offer you on that. So in many ancient traditions, the deity becomes the star. Now, when we look at a star through our lens of scientific academia that we were raised in, which, by the way, Rockefeller specifically said upon founding the Board of Education, he specifically said, I want workers, not thinkers. So I think it's important to note we might have some academic garbage that we need to unlearn if we do not want to be Rockefeller's industrial slave.
Rockefeller robots.
And let's keep in mind, again, that in his own biography, Rockefeller and people like the Rothschilds say they descend from Nimrod. Okay, now let's talk a moment about Nimrod, about the stars. Perhaps a star is not an inanimate ball of gas. A star is born, a star grows old, and a star dies. And many of these traditions regard stars as the abode of a deity. And this is all over the world, so there's no contagion or religious mutation going on here. For example, in ancient Chinese tradition, there's a woman who is distressed in some way, and she prays to a star. She's out on a starry night, and she prays to a star to rescue her. And to her shock, a dragon being descends from the sky and mates with her. And she conceives, guess what? A hybrid child who then goes on to be a king. This is where the entire nation of China gets its name, Emperor Qin. Her child, her hybrid emperor child, was called Qin, which is where we get the word China. And Emperor Qin was a ruthless dictator who practiced witchcraft and built pyramids. Now, these celestial solar dragons are a worldwide ancient prehistoric phenomenon. There's no religion here. The oldest human pictographs on Earth, something like 40,000 years old from Australia, depict rainbow-colored solar dragons that, according to the Aborigines, descended from the heavens and created the world. And I would submit to you, this matches the Genesis account in which these angelic beings, these sons of God, violate their natural habitations, which I'm suggesting to you now are the stars. And by the way, the word seraphim, which is the tier of angelic beings that they belong to, seraphim, the word seraphim translates literally to fiery serpents. So I suggest to you that these solar dragon beings live within the stars, and they're real. They're not symbolic. They're not mythological. And they had a charge not to do these things that they did, not to interbreed with mortals. And by the way, it's not just mortals. They interbred, according to the Book of Enoch. They sinned against birds and serpents as well. And when their exotic life force was intermingled with that of serpents or birds, that would then cause a hybrid monster. Just like when they would interbreed with a mortal, that would create a Nephilim hybrid. And this goes back to the deluge. The deluge had to occur in order to cleanse the planet of all this invasive genetic interbreeding run amok. And one last note on that. Romanian scientists, and this is a mainstream cutting-edge scientific fact that anybody can search up. Romanian scientists have recently discovered that when plasma cells are subjected to certain stimuli, those plasma cells replicate just like biological cells replicate. The implication is, if you had enough replication of plasma cells identical to the replication of biological cells, that would result in a plasma-based life form. And the stars are made of solar plasma. In fact, plasma is the most common form of substance of matter in the universe. And if theoretically you had a plasma-based life form, it would not be subject to any of the sensitivities that our fragile carbon-based life forms are. So, for example, they would have unlimited lifespan. They would not have sensitivity to temperature. They would not need food or water. And that reminds me, for your audience, There's a lot more information on me and my people. We have an Instagram account, My Apocalyptic Chronicles. And there's a blog as well, markacarpenter.com. And there is a Patreon that accompanies both those accounts. We would really appreciate it, and we really need your support so that we can go ahead and spread this knowledge, to as many people as we possibly can. And one last thing, we are holding a retreat October 13 through the 16th, the weekend, at Kentucky Lake. We've got a really gorgeous lakeside cabin, and I'm gonna do some guided excursions to ancient mounds, and we're gonna do guided excursions to cave systems. We're gonna talk about the underworld. We're gonna talk about the Nephilim, the giant bones cover-ups by the Smithsonian. And it's just going to be basically good times, good people, and doing good work of spreading knowledge. And so people, as Rex said, so you're prepared. And then I just want to say one more thing about that. The scriptures, which I've come to respect very deeply, they say not to be afraid and to trust in your creator, in your God. The supreme creator, the host of hosts, not the creator of the creators. I mean, the creator of the creators. So he says to let him worry about justice and vengeance. And if you have to sacrifice, no matter what you have to sacrifice, don't give in to their leveraging, because they're gonna try to force you to worship demons. And you can see that in the media already. It's everywhere.
Real quick, I just wanted to remind you to click the bell and hit the subscribe button for all notifications on our YouTube channel. And if you want to listen to the real juicy content, check us out over at leakproject.com. Why? Because not only do we have thousands of podcasts, audio and video shows, we have hundreds of exclusive podcasts on the website, as well as thousands of hours of exclusive content that is only available on the website. I'm sure you know why. We've spent a lot of time and money on the website to make it as user-friendly and easy to use as possible. We've also got an incredible aggregator that'll take the most interesting news and bring it to your fingertips and your screen at your leisure. So check us out. You'll be glad you did. Daily. And be the change you want to see.
And we turn that music off. All right. Well, I was expecting Luke to be joining in here, Ancient Historia, but he has not popped up yet. So not entirely sure what's going on and if there was other guests that were going to join the panel or not. If not, then I might just end up shutting her down, but we'll give it a few more minutes and see what happens here. Thank you all for being here, and 67 beautiful souls right now. Awesome to have everyone. It is a beautiful July 6th today. July 7th tomorrow, the Friday. It's an early weekend with Bernie today. And that was the elongated skulls, the Nephilim. And I've been trying to find the video of the one that I played a little bit a couple of weeks ago with the supposed Nephilim from oh my goodness, what is going on there? Weird. All right. Much love, my share and Annie, and I will be emailing you back here in a little bit. Right, I love Luke too. Brother Luke, where the heck are you? Let's see what else we can play a little bit more of in the meantime, and hopefully Dutch, since Dutch is able to get his internet working so that we can do our stream today. As we've been looking forward to that one for a while. Free energy to top things off. I don't know. I gotta save that one for real science. Where the heck is what I am looking for? Shout out Jim Dillinger as let's play this bad boy one more time. And shout out to Shem and Mindful Exposures Esra.
That movie is called
everybody else
Highlander,
handle,
right?
When we were looking at this line.
And Highlander should be called, from Robert Zephyr a few years back, a map of Khazar.
New Jersey.
There was an area on it called Kurgan, okay? And then in the movie Highlander, this big bad guy comes along, and the poor French guy is trying to speak with a Scottish accent. He says, "Who is this guy?" And Sean Connery, of course, says back to him, says, "The Kurgan are an ancient people from the steppes of Russia. They used to throw babies into pits with hungry dogs to fight for food. You know, how do you fight such a monster?" So, the Kurgan. Anyway, where the fuck am I going with this here? I've got to stop smoking this shit. We're talking about New Jersey, okay? If you want to watch Highlander, it's a great movie, but here we are now.
There can only be one Highlander.
Now, Google Earth. Here we go.
Love
this is quite a nice
hey,
residential area right
love
here.
You, Mindful Exposures. Shout out,
Love
Sarah.
Lady Island. Look at these houses. These houses are worth a few quid, okay? This friggin' inlet's a mile long, right? I need a stick. I haven't got one. There's one. So, this is where Tony Soprano lived, you know? And Frankie Five Fingers or Six Fingers, whatever the fuck you call him. This is a wealthy area. These are big, long inlets. This is where huge ships came in the past, okay? Now, we have a continuation of this here. Look, what goes out goes underwater. Now, if boats are coming in from out there, I reckon this all buoyed off, probably. Dangerous. So they have to come around and they have to come in through here. Okay? Why? No, they don't want you flying over this. They don't want you diving here. They don't want you going here, right? Because this is ancient. This is old world stuff. Now take a look at this. What's this? Tartarian hieroglyphs. This is not natural. This is ancient. This is underwater. And if anybody knew about it, this would be one of the 7 wonders of the world. Okay? And this is your east coast of the US. Now let's take a little look in here. See what we can see. Now, this place here has been bombarded, right? You can see the pockmarked lakes, just like you have in northern Canada, Siberia, northern Russia, all the way across. And in it, you've got this massive canal network, which is in a swamp underwater, and you've got a language written on them. I've been looking at this for years, and here I'm coming out with it now, okay? Now, I reckon that this language is something to do with aerial navigation. Because you can only see it from the air. Some type of direction, what direction you want to go in if you're coming in.
These truly are
air,
nuts.
okay?
And these
the
we
place has
will
been
be
smashed to pieces.
Discussing with Dutch Sense in the next episode together, without a shadow of a doubt. This is going to be one of the main things, going over all the geoglyphs, geoglyphology, and everything we have to do with geoglyphology. All right, vote in the chat. How many of you have already seen this several times? And I will finish it off with one last Brien Foster. Oh, this is so huge. It's absolutely giant. We actually went over it some more in the Canada Day stream. I'm going to be re-editing it and releasing that in the coming days. But yeah, I'll let this play for a few more minutes. Hopefully, I'm going to go out and message Luke, see if he's going to join in here and what's going on. And then if not, I'll switch it over to one last Brien Forster interview to his most recent, uploaded yesterday, to finish this stream off.
On the other side, all the way up. Now, you tell me what Spaniard with his donkey and cart people, that's where we are, okay? What Spaniard with his donkey and cart people built this? Built these, they'll say, oh, that was built by the Spanish. Was it like shit built by the Spanish? Yeah? What, he came, Jorge Fernandez, Maria Costas Figuero, he built it, yeah? Colonel. No, he didn't build it. This is old world. And this is what's left of it. And again, I'm more interested in the swamps, right? They've come into the built-up areas. So they have. And whatever solid ground that they had, shit, I'm no good at this. Whatever solid ground that they had, they were able to build on. And let me get back to where I was. Hang on a second. So this is an important history lesson here, children. When you go to school tomorrow and they try to tell you anything about anybody from the past and these Spanish that came over and they're the excuse for the building of all of this stuff. And I mean, these places are huge. And there is some form of numerology or some form of messaging system, something from the old world that's down there in the swamp, under the water, far away from praying eyes. I bet you none of these people down here know about this. I bet you the people that live in these houses here don't know about the huge ships, half a mile long, that used to come in and dock in these places. Loveladies Harbour. They don't know about this. These houses are all worth, what, $1 million apiece, more? They've got yachts, they've got speedboats, they've got access to the sea, they've access by land, and right next door to them, they have a wonder of the world, which they're completely oblivious to. Because if they knew about it, you'd know about it. Yeah? So, Who smashed this up? How did this happen? This did not fall off and wasn't built this way. Now, these people are living upon these ancient sites with this ancient energy in it. Yeah. Maybe that's why they all become, all join the mafia. Huh? I don't know. If I was lived there, I would hope it would have a positive effect on me, but it could have a negative effect on them. But anyway, getting back to it, how did this happen? This has some cataclysm done this. Talking earthquake, tsunami, an attack. Earthquakes do not happen naturally. Tsunamis do not happen naturally. Volcanoes, these type of things do not happen naturally. Dr. Narco Longo did some great videos down in Florida where you had divers going down in, and the earth underneath is like a Swiss cheese with tunnels going everywhere in every direction. You can see masonry on the sides of them, and it's fresh water, the best water you can ever have, but it's all pumped out to sea. So the piss water comes up through your taps. That's what you got to drink. Okay. Now, let's say the earth is a big Swiss cheese underneath. People with the right technology and the right equipment, frequency vibrating equipment, earthquake through the grid. This grid we see is operational, so it is. And they're using it. So if you shake the earth and it's like Swiss cheese underneath, would huge chunks of it just collapse right down in underwater? Is that what happened? Did the seawaters rise up and take it? Doesn't appear to have taken any of this. This stuff appears to have fallen down below due to Swiss cheese earth, and this stuff stayed above because it was a little bit protected. And this thing here probably went way out to sea and way out to sea. You might have been able to walk all the way out to Fort Jefferson, where you got 16 million bricks. Maybe that's how they got them there. They carried them out by road. The road ain't there now because Swiss cheese earth has collapsed in on itself. Not naturally, done by somebody. Not somebody that, you'd want your daughter to marry. But the world is full of these people. And the old world wasn't full of them. I can't see there have been war, pestilence, famine, disease throughout the old world. They would never have been able to build all these beautiful cities that they built. But some gang come in, Holy Roman Army, whoever, crossed the Atlantic, smashed this place to pieces, came in, took over, rewrote a whole new history of lies, cowboys, Indians, bank robberies. If the Native American people owned this, built this, and lived in this, then what was done to them is the same as what's being done to people now, basically. They're being kicked out of their whole way of life and forced to live in a tent, out in either the street or the field or the plains. No more shoes, no more socks, no more clothes, no more comfortable living. You're in a tent now. This is happening now. Is this what happened to the Native Americans? Is this how they lost all of their heritage and ended up in tents? Yeah. But anyway, this is what I'm doing here today. This is why I thought I would bring this to you today, so that we could look at Sloop's Edge. I wonder what's buried out there. And the language of Kifi, if that's what it is. Fuck off, Pin. And a whole big world under your feet and under your the world that you walk on. I think the world was like that underneath lots of green Europe, and it's just covered in layers and layers and layers of mud. But listen, wild Indians on horseback with bows and arrows did not build this, did not create this incredible, absolutely incredible, giant, I don't know what to call it. Right now, it's the largest, greatest painting in the world. And you've flown over it. You may have gone over it by boat. But anyway, there it is. Hope you enjoyed that, people. I'm going to do a few more Google Earths. There are some anomalies out there which need you all. It's going to need all of you to figure this out. Okay? Because I'm just a dipshit with a mobile phone. And looking through lost history. Boom, 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 boom. Florida was completely whacked out. You know those things that they call the Carolina Bays? They are loads of these little pond lakes. And they are not circular. They are oval. And if you pick Lake Erie, let's say Lake Erie's up here, and there's the United States of America. In a line like that, the ovals point. So I reckon from Lake Erie, weapons of mass destruction were fired right across the United States, as far as the East Coast, as far as Florida. They hit Florida. They've done the same to Florida. Florida is an amazing maze of canals, underwater systems. It couldn't, I mean, like it's 1,000 times what Venice is, 1,000,000 times what Venice is. Couldn't have been done by the people that they said they did it, right? But whoever did it and whoever took over, those that took over using weapons of mass destruction, I would say 1812 war. You got this New Madrid earthquake, right? Everybody's talking to you about the New Madrid earthquake. I don't think it was an earthquake. You can't have 10,000 earthquakes over 6 months, destroy a place, and then not have another one again for another 200 years. Weapons of mass destruction. The place was carpet bombed. Those cities that you see, like out there at Death Valley and that John Levi showed all across the whole Midwest, remains of ancient cities were carpet bombed and destroyed. There's your New Madrid earthquake, right? Blame God, yeah, for something that they done. And when this place was wonderful and beautiful, and I'm doing what Frankie does now with his hands, right? If this place was wonderful and beautiful from New West Reset channel, suddenly one day it was hell on earth and genocide. And I can point out the lies to you. I can't. The truth is well hidden. It's hard to find, but the lies I can point out. Anyway, I can also point out this to you. Figure it out. Maybe some of you are so clever that by morning you'll have all this translated and put into a lovely video for me to really go to sleep tomorrow night, really content, knowing that all this has been sorted out. Yeah. Because I've got questions. You've got questions. Yeah. This world is not what we think it is. And if you're living in New Jersey, hey, Naz, that's my friend Naz in New York. He's just up the road a little bit. Naz, you're living around here, man. This has got to be looked into by someone with that critical ability. So Google it yourselves, get it out there, show it to everybody. How come International Space Station, as it flies over here, doesn't show us all of this stuff? They're too busy getting fat and playing with teddy bears and taking pictures of one another in gorilla suits to look down and see what's going on down here on the surface. So I have to go into space and do it for you. Yeah. And I did it a lot cheaper than they did it. In fact, I got no budget for this whatsoever. I'm going to start writing some letters and complaining about my situation here. I'm pointing out what's going on in this world for free. There you go. So make of that what you will, lovely people. And get your asses down to New Jersey and check all this shit out. And see if you can find any I think these, I told you before in the video, these explosions were water bombs. And you know how you do that? Let's say you've got 150 liters of water, only this is much, much bigger. That's H2O, 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, right? So 100 liters of hydrogen will compress into a 12-liter container. 50 liters of oxygen will compress into a 7-liter container. That's 19 liters. If you combine them together, they will form 150 liters of water. So you have 131 liters of an ingredient in there that we're not being told about. Now, I've speculated on this. Is it ether? Is it something? I don't know what it is. But if you fire a device like that at someone and it's designed to detonate on impact, you're going to have a shitload of water and a flood at the same time. It's definitely going to drown you. But you can imagine a huge dropped, maybe that, boom. The train tunnels that ran through the Grand Canyon, did they run trains down through there with massive containers with hydrogen and oxygen, combine them? Because you know what water is going to do? It's going to destroy the earth. It's going to destroy the Grand Canyon. It's going to form the Grand Canyon. These Phoenicians, who are masters of water technology, are the people that's behind this. They're the people behind the earthquakes, the tsunamis, the volcanoes, and the bombardment of these superior, intelligent people, this community that lived here. This is the Garden of Eden.
All right, one last time. That is Jim Dillinger's video, and shout out to Jim for bringing this to our attention. And we will be going over these petroglyphs with Dutch synths hopefully later today. And that Dutch has found some similar ones in Idaho, and that we've looked into them further on a couple of streams, and going to do some more on that coming up soon. And to finally finish this off, if Mr. Luke does not pick up here,
profound story.
we have Ancient Historia hopefully coming. If not, we will end it here in a little bit. Oh, maybe we do have Shem joining with Tartarian. Tartarian Truth might join, and hopefully I get a hold of Luke, and he will be joining. And here's some more Elongated Skull Talk with Brien Forrester, his most recent interview.
Literature, all the archaeologists say that the Inca built everything, and that their finest craftsmen were the ones who did the megalithic work. And it's like, no, that, they were a Bronze Age civilization, and bronze is softer than hard stone, like granite, etc. So there must have been an older civilization. And so then I went back to Canada, and then 6 months later I went back to Peru.
Hello.
I've been going to Peru every 6 months, and then about 13 years ago, I bought a one-way ticket and just moved to Peru, and just went, well, here we, I tend to do, my life path is based on my interest, not based on financial security or anything. So
I hear what you say, bro. Fucking
go to Peru and survive, and it's worked out very well.
Well, I just want to say consider you the premier megalithic expert of the world. You know, there are many others, and I got to give credit to individuals like Graham Hancock and John Anthony West and Robert Schock and many others that have looked at places like the Sphinx enclosure and the weathering and looked at other sites. But in my opinion, there's no one else like you who has gone to so many
courtyard built underground, and most people think that's it. But when you go to the right, you go inside this very big chamber with a corbelled roof like that. And then when you go to the other end, there's a tunnel that goes off to the right, like hundreds of feet long, and ends with a metal grid. And you look beyond it, you see there's a staircase leading somewhere, but it's locked, so you can't go through there at the moment. But it's a very complex place. Another place is the Osiris Shaft that I've been able to go in twice, which is an underground complex, you know, a supposed tomb of Osiris, which is nonsensical, or even a symbolic tomb, which doesn't mean anything. And it's, you know, it goes 200 feet down into the bedrock, and there's no way that the dynastic people would have constructed that. They inherited it, and it's only been open to the public now by special permission for, I think, about 2 years now. You pay $2,400 and you get the place for 2 hours.
That's amazing, Brien. That would be an incredible experience to be able to go down there, let alone in there at all, but with it to yourself without, you know, a bunch of tourists all around you. Really would be a magical experience that I would love to share sometime. But I'm curious. You mentioned Osiris and that these boxes or tombs are more of a symbolic tomb, as in they're solid granite, right? They're solid. They're a solid material. So I wanted to ask you, I guess just your opinion, or based on what you've looked at, why would an advanced, sophisticated civilization like this build these structures and then build these boxes that have a symbolic value? That's a lot of work. What do you think was the purpose of it?
Well, in the case of a lot of the boxes, you know, these boxes weigh up to 100 tons, and each one is made out of, like, the lid and the box are made out of one piece of stone, because they also have other examples inside the Cairo Museum and outside the Cairo Museum, brought in from different locations. I think mainly from Saqqara, though. Saqqara is one of the largest archaeological sites in the world. Most of it is off limits still, but certain areas are open. And where the Serapeum, where there are 25 of these boxes, 2 of them unfinished, just massive in scale. Somehow whoever did the work had to have had artificial light, because if they don't turn the lights on when we go there, it's completely pitch black, and there's barely a foot of space to be able to turn the box to go down different corridors with them. And there's also a side chamber down at one end, which is locked. And fortunately, one time we were there and the guard opened it up for us, and we got to go into see another series of boxes. And he said, it keeps going. Like, there's another door that's locked. And he said, no, you can't go through there. But he said, it keeps going and going and going. So these places are much bigger than what most people realize.
That's incredible. So like you said earlier on, as much as the Great Pyramid of Giza is magnificent, and it is, but there may be some of the greatest secrets in Egypt are actually below the ground. And I wanted to get your take on the purpose of some of these tunnel systems that connect to places like the Sphinx, because some people aren't aware, but you can see very noticeable entrances from both the top of the head as well as the paw and the backside, where there's even images of Zahi Hawass going down the stairs in there being like, nothing to see here, basically, right? And I'm just curious about your opinion about those tunnel systems, and what was the purpose of connecting something like the Sphinx to something like the Great Pyramid of Giza and some of the other things like the Tomb of the Birds and some other locations?
Well, yeah, the interesting thing is that some people speculate, like I think John Anthony West speculated, that the Sphinx is probably 36,000 years old. So it's not simply 12,000. It's like, he thinks it's 1.5 precessional cycles. And Robert Schock, you know, he changes his statement every once in a while. I think he's up to 12,000 years old now. But still, that's twice as old as the dynastic people. And also the causeway that goes from the Great Pyramid down to the Sphinx is built at an angle. Normally, the causeway would be 90 degrees from the flat surface of the pyramid. So it appears that the Great Pyramid was built after the Sphinx, and the reason for the angle was to miss the Sphinx because they couldn't go through it. Also, the tunnel system seems to be, it's north, south, east, and west, and it goes several stories underground. I've been 4 stories underground so far, but I've been told it goes at least 10, if not 20 stories down. And it's also believed that sites like Saqqara, which again is a massive location, that there's a tunnel system there that goes at least as far as the Giza Plateau that we think of, because Abdelhakim Awiyan, who was an elder who died some years ago, he was filmed in a series called The Pyramid Code, and he stated that when he was young, he was able to go from Saqqara underground to Giza by crawling, swimming, and walking upright. And the unfortunate thing is that the exact location where the shaft is that he went down has been covered in concrete. So, again, this is a way for academics to try to hide the evidence of what's actually there.
So, Brien, it's so hard when you hear statements like that to not use that capital C word, of conspiracy. It's very difficult, and it's, it's for those who go down that road, you get labeled automatically when you start talking about this. But how can one hear what you just said countless times, right? These passages get closed up, they get cemented. You were visiting tunnel systems underneath the Giza, showing these incredible video of these places. Places like the Tomb of the Birds were discovered, and then they were exploring it, and then bars got put up right in the middle of the exploration. All these different moments keep happening where it seems like this information is being deliberately, I guess, covered up. Do you think that's just to protect this narrative that we have of history because it's too difficult to want to change it? I'm just curious, without getting too deep down that road, what's your opinion about why they do this?
Well, I think they're still trying to defend a paradigm, and the paradigm is that everything was built by the dynastic people. But the megalithic stuff clearly shows that that was not possible. So gradually what's happening now, thanks to videos I make and what other people are making, it shows the obvious evidence that there were at least 2 construction periods, the dynastic period and the pre-dynastic. And it's the difference between night and day. So the more we're able to film and expose this stuff, the more the general public is starting to catch on, and it will make Egypt a much more fascinating place to visit once this, this pandemic thing gets finished with. I think people will go to Egypt not simply for the pharaonic stuff, but for this other narrative that we're exposing. That there's all this stuff. Even some of the Egyptologists admit that only 15% of ancient Egypt is open to the public. 85% is still locked and it's all underground. That's why when you go to the Giza Plateau, you'll see lots of different doorways that are sealed shut with metal doors. But gradually, the authorities in Egypt are slowly starting to open some of these things up, like the Osiris shaft, as I mentioned earlier. That was never open to the public until I think it was 2 years ago. And other places like the Serapeum at Saqqara, most people who visit Egypt don't even go there because the guides don't want to pay the extra fee, or the tour company doesn't want to pay the extra fee to go into it. But it's one of the most mind-boggling places there is on the planet.
I got to say, I really feel like between Egypt and Peru and Bolivia, those 2 locations have so many megalithic secrets and underground places that you could almost spend a lifetime exploring them. And I'm encouraged by the work that you are doing and many others to change this paradigm, as you said, this paradigm of history that's tightly controlled as far back as perhaps the Roman Empire. But the point I'm trying to make is that paradigm changing now? Do you see any hints of that changing?
Yeah, I do. And actually the guide we had in March, I can't actually mention his name because he's working on his PhD right now, and he knows about he knows the difference between dynastic and but he can't say anything about it on camera. So I had to be very careful just to film him at the dynastic sites and let him talk about Horus and Osiris and stuff like that. But he would pull me off to the side every once in a while and tell me about this stuff that is hidden there that he has seen himself, including a huge megalithic complex underneath the step pyramid at Saqqara. He said it's like an underground city that he was able to see once when he was much younger. And he believes that the new people in charge of the antiquities in Egypt will gradually open more and more of these places up, simply because they want, A, they want the revenue, B, they want the tourists to come back, and C, some of the younger Egyptologists know that there is the pre-dynastic stuff, and gradually they're starting to talk about that. So that's changing the paradigm away from the controlling aspects of people like Zahi Hawass, who of course knew all of this stuff, but he would emphatically state, that all of it had to have been done by the dynastic people. A few days ago, supposedly Elon Musk sent out a tweet saying that the Great Pyramid was built by aliens, and automatically Zahi Hawass had to make a video saying, "How dare you, say such a thing?" Because obviously the dynastic people did, but he's lying through his teeth.
I couldn't agree more. To say he's not a hero of mine is probably an understatement. But since you brought it up, I got to ask, because people are going to say, Matt, come on, you got to ask. You've been on the show Ancient Aliens quite a few times. I am the type of person who has a different type of perspective. I don't use the word alien. I study things like, who were these ancient gods, whether or not they were just symbolic or what. But I just wanted to get your take. These structures were built by we can obviously agree these structures were built by a sophisticated civilizations, if not a civilization, who had incredible knowledge about even potentially things like the diameter of our planet and even potentially the distance away from our sun. Do you think, I guess you can answer this however you're comfortable with, but what is your perspective on where this knowledge came from?
Well, the more I see it, the more I look at these places. Like, I've been to Egypt 8 times. I've been to Machu Picchu, I think 83 times. I've been to Ollantaytambo, which is behind you, more than 100 times. And the more that I visit these places, the more obvious it becomes that you have these two different construction styles. And as we know, some of this stuff would be very hard for us to do with modern 21st century machines.
You've got no audio, brother.
Good call. Good call. That's why we have Brother Luke with us. So paused it there. Brien Forster, his latest interview. I can get the link. Here we go. In the live chat right now, posted Brien Forster. There we go. Shout out to Atlantis is Found, Mindful Exposures, Lady J Homestead, Mad, Eric Kopp, and everybody in the chat, Begabart, Silver Mist, and Luke. What's new with you, good sir? How's life? How have you been?
Yeah, I've been good, thank you. How are you?
Doing good. Hopefully Dutch, since his internet gets working, and we'll be doing another interview with him hopefully tonight or maybe tomorrow, depending on when the provider / government / NSA lets him reconnect to the internet. It's hilarious how we talked last night and announced that we'd be doing a stream, and then all of a sudden his internet gets cut again. But yeah, So I should state right now, I am going to end it on the BurnEye channel. I'm going to keep it going on Crypto Alchemist, and then I'm going to restart it on BurnEye as a Luke Ancient Historia interview with the BurnEye Ancient Alternative History Talk. And Atlantis is found. Thank you for the support. Shout out, brother. Some of the best research info on YouTube. Bless you, sir. It is appreciated. And thank you, everybody, for being here and for the continued support. We'll go through some photos as well of some of the sites that I've been looking at. And Luke, what do you got planned for the rest of this summer?
I mean, I don't really plan things that far ahead.
Right? You're just like me. We just wing it, and then magical moments like this happen. And
yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so I think I posted the link for Crypto Alchemist. There we go. All right, so it is going to be ending now on BurnEye and then restarting on BurnEye right again.